We conclude
supporters
fundamental rights. We cannot bow.
This means that 400 million Latin Americans will soon be engaged in a privileged partnership with 450 million Europeans. These deals were in the making for years, if not decades. So, why are they all happening today? It is not only because Europe is a large and attractive market, but because with Europe, what you see is what you get. We play by the rules. Our deals have no hidden strings attached. And while others are only interested in exporting and extracting, we want to see local industries flourish in our partner countries, because this is also in our interest. It is how we diversify our supply chains. And this is why Europe's offer is so attractive all across the world. From our neighbors in Africa who are working with us to develop local clean tech value chains and clean fuels, to the vast Asia-Pacific region. Hence, the first trip of my new Commission will be to India. Together with Prime Minister Modi, we want to upgrade the strategic partnership with the largest country and democracy in the world. I believe we should also strive for mutual benefits in our conversation with China. When China joined the WTO 25 years ago, the impact of rising Chinese exports were called the China shock. Today, some are talking about a second China shock because of state-sponsored overcapacity. Of course, we must respond to this. Defensive trade measures are being adopted across the world, including the Global South, as a response to Chinese market distortions. This is also why Europe has taken measures, for instance, on electric cars. At the same time, I have always stressed that we are ready to continue our discussions, and we will continue to de-risk our economy. Many believe, including in China, that it would be in China's long-term interest to manage more responsibly its economic imbalances. That's also our view. And I believe that we must engage constructively with China to find solutions in our mutual interest. 2025 marks 50 years of our union's diplomatic relations with China. I see it as an opportunity to engage and deepen our relationship with China, and where possible, even to expand our trade and investment ties. It is time to pursue a more balanced relationship with China in a spirit of fairness and reciprocity. This new engagement with countries across the world is not only an economic necessity, but it's a message to the world. It is Europe's response to rising global competition. We want more cooperation with all who are open for it. And this, of course, includes our closest partners. I think, of course, of the United States of America. No other economies in the world are as integrated as we are. European companies employ in the United States 3.5 million Americans. And another million American jobs depend directly on trade with Europe. Entire supply chains stretch on both sides of the Atlantic. For instance, an American airplane is built with control systems and carbon fibers from Europe. And American medicines are made with chemicals and laboratory tools that come from our side of the Atlantic. At the same time, Europe imports twice as many digital services from the United States as we do from the entire Asia Pacific. Of all American assets abroad, 2/3 are in Europe. And the US provides over 50% of our LNG. The trade volume between us is 1.5 trillion euros, representing 30% of global trade. A lot is at stake for both sides. So, our first priority will be to engage early, discuss common interests, and be ready to negotiate. We will be pragmatic, but we will always stand by our principles. We will protect our interests and uphold our values, because that is the European way. The rules of engagement between global powers are changing. We should not take anything for granted. And while some in Europe may not like this new reality, we are ready to deal with it. Our values do not change. But to defend these values in a changing world, we must change the way we act. We must look for new opportunities wherever they arise. This is the moment to engage beyond blocks and taboos. And Europe is ready for change. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This was really a demonstration of what I called constructive optimism.
Yes, indeed.
I think you dealt with all the major issues, but there was one issue where I still would like to ask you a question. We may face reduced American engagement in Ukraine. What will be the consequence for Europe, and how do you see Europe's role in the ongoing war in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you very much, Klaus. I think we should never forget where it all started. Ukraine is a sovereign country, and Ukraine determined its own future by asking for accession to the European Union. That's where it all started. And the response was an invasion by its neighbor, Russia. Secondly, I think we should also never forget in the European Union that this is not only about the security of Ukraine, but it's also about the European security. And the third point is, no one wants more peace than the people of Ukraine. But what they want is a just and a lasting peace. What they don't want is a frozen conflict that erupts again a little time later. I have witnessed over the last 3 years how Ukraine is working hard for the accession to the European Union. It's amazing to see the speed in which they work on heavy, difficult reforms while fighting a war. So for us, because of all this, it is very clear that we will continue to support Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine by now by almost 130 billion euros, but we will continue to support Ukraine without any question. Whatever happens next, for us it's important that Ukraine stays an independent country, and that it is Ukraine that decides on its own territory. And therefore, Klaus, the sentence is still valid. We stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes.
That was a very clear message, and of course we will welcome President Zelenskyy during this meeting. And let me just say, Madam President, I think you provided us with a clear vision and perspective for Europe, even in a very difficult time. But we can look to the future of Europe with, I would repeat, with constructive and pragmatic optimism. Thank you for what you are doing, and we wish you, on behalf of all the audience, we wish you all the best for the mandate for the next 5 years to come. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great honor to welcome His Excellency Deng Xuexiang, member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Chinese Communist Party and Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, for the first time to the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. Your presence here today underscores the importance of China's global engagement and the critical role China plays in shaping our shared future at such an important and critical moment. Your Excellency, China has emerged over the last decades as a key player in addressing global challenges
President of the European Commission has been speaking this morning, and while she didn't refer to Donald Trump directly, she certainly did to the threat that the European established order feels from not just Trump but perhaps the populist trend in Europe. I'll just give you one quote from her speech. The cooperative world order we imagined 25 years ago has not turned into reality. Instead, we have entered a new era of harsh geostrategic competition. The world's access to raw materials, new technologies and global trade routes. The race is on. There was more in that theme, but that certainly feeds into the response what we heard Donald Trump talking about yesterday. America first, the threats of tariffs, albeit not explicit yet for Europe, but certainly threatened as being imminent for Mexico and Canada, a more protectionist world, protecting America's interests at the expense even of his allies. That's what leaders here fear. Of course, there are plenty of business leaders who are here who privately would love to hear from Ms von der Leyen and other politicians a more, should we call it, go-getting approach to delivering growth, getting out of the way of business. All of this, the climate into which the Chancellor will fly later today. She's going to be here for 36 hours. Rachel Reeves will arrive tonight, and then tomorrow she'll do a couple of public events. She'll do the more important events behind the scenes. She'll be meeting financiers, investors, CEOs, and the like, some of them at a meeting chaired by Jamie Dimon, the head of JP Morgan, at which she will try and drum up investment in the UK, make the case for the growth agenda she has set out, try and perhaps allay some of the concerns about the budget and the impact that will have on the cost of doing business in the UK, try and reassure investors if they come to the UK, the government will get out of her way. It's an important couple of days for Rachel Reeves. The verdict on it will be delivered in years, not in weeks.
Paul, great stuff. Paul Kelso there at the World Economic Forum in Davos. You're watching Sky News. Still to come as the Prime Minister declares that terrorism has changed and Britain faces a new threat. We'll hear from the UK's former reviewer of terror legislation, Lord Carlisle. Welcome back. Well, the Prime Minister's described the Southport murders last summer as a devastating moment in our history. Speaking in Downing Street, Sir Keir Starmer said a public inquiry will not allow any institutions to deflect from their failure. His speech comes after it emerged that Axel Ruder-Cabana was referred to the government anti-terror programme Prevent 3 times before he carried out the murders. Well, the UK government's Prevent scheme was founded in 2003 following 9/11. And aims to stop people becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. It was updated under the 2015 Counterterrorism and Security Act, meaning it now legally requires institutions such as schools, universities and prisons to report those deemed at risk of radicalisation. In the year up to March 2024, nearly 7,000 referrals were made to Prevent. Organisations such as Amnesty International have called on the government to scrap the programme on human rights grounds, claiming people are being referred to it for non-violent political beliefs. I'm joined now by Lord Carlisle, former independent reviewer of terrorism legislation and the independent reviewer of the government's 2011 Prevent strategy. Thanks so much for joining us, Lord Carlisle.
Pleasure.
First of all, I just want to ask your view on the Prime Minister's speech this morning and I guess how far he went in it. Do you commend what he said? Could he have gone further?
I commend what he said. The institution of a public inquiry is very important and is the right decision to make. I hope it will be done reasonably quickly. I hope whoever conducts the public inquiry will produce reports in stages so that the most important legislative issues can be dealt with within a very few months. And the Prime Minister was absolutely right to describe the nature of terrorism as having changed hugely since 2001. And it is time that we deal with new types of terrorism, which are actually very difficult indeed to detect.
And to be clear, in your opinion, was this an act of terrorism?
It was an act of terrorism in that it falls within the definition of terrorism, in my view. I don't think the fact that it was an act of terrorism made any difference at all to the inquiry. The inquiry was conducted very quickly. The perpetrator was known, he was found, he was arrested, he was interviewed, and he was charged. There was then a search for evidence, including material in his home and on his computer. The one piece of information which, in my view, the police should have issued, and this was a matter for the police operationally, was that he was not...
to jointly uphold and practice true multilateralism. Multilateralism is the right way to maintain world peace and promote human progress. It is the golden key to solving the difficulties and challenges facing the world. International affairs should be decided by all through discussion, and the future of the world should be determined by all countries together. This is a consensus shared by the international community. We must hold high the banner of multilateralism, pursue the vision of global governance featuring extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefit, and ensure equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal rules for all countries in international affairs. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN. We should seize the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, firmly uphold the UN-centered international system and the international order based on international law, and make global governance more just and equitable. We should firmly uphold the multilateral trading system with WTO at its core, uphold its role as the main channel for rules-making on international trade, and foster an open, inclusive, and non-discriminatory environment for international economic cooperation. Third, we need to jointly foster new drivers and strengths for global economic development. The theme of this year's annual meeting, Collaboration for the Intelligent Age, is highly relevant. In today's world, the new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation is deepening. Cutting-edge technologies such as AI, quantum computing, quantum technology, and biomedicine are flourishing, and digital green and intelligent development is picking up pace. We should seize and make the most of these opportunities to enhance connectivity in the digital age, promote international cooperation on sci-tech innovation, help countries strengthen emerging and future industries, and accelerate the cultivation and development of new quality productive forces. In recent years, the North-South divide has become more pronounced, and the gaps in technology, digital access, and AI are still widening. We should uphold the principle of harnessing sci-tech achievements for the benefit of all humanity. We should help developing countries build AI, intelligent transportation, smart energy, and other new infrastructure, and promote the application of information technology in key livelihood sectors so that more countries can get on board the fast train of digital economic development. Fourth, we need to jointly tackle major global challenges. Currently, the world is going through transformation and turbulence, and challenges such as climate change, food security, and energy security keep cropping up. Only by strengthening global solidarity and pooling global efforts can we overcome the challenges and build a better future together. President Xi proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative, offering important public goods to the world. We should work together to advance these three global initiatives to generate enduring impetus for development, pass on the torch of peace to future generations, and illuminate the splendor of civilizations, thereby gathering formidable strength to overcome difficulties and challenges. Green transition is a prevailing trend of global development and the fundamental solution to climate change. The international community should work together to accelerate the energy transition in an equitable, orderly, and just manner, keep the new energy industry chain stable, and promote green products and technologies. We must follow a consistent approach in addressing climate change and improve the consistency of environmental and climate policies and economic and trade policies, so as to prevent economic and trade frictions from impeding the process of green transition and avoid erecting green barriers that could disrupt normal economic and trade cooperation. Security and development complement and reinforce each other. At present, some international hotspot issues and conflicts are dragging on and having a serious impact on global peace and stability. We should promote security and peace through cooperation and resolve disputes and differences through dialogue. It is essential that we follow a new path to security that chooses dialogue and partnership over confrontation and alliance. We support the UN and its Security Council in playing a bigger role and support all efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of crises.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, China is a key engine for global economic development. Whenever world economic issues are discussed at Davos, a lot of attention would be on China. Here, taking this opportunity, I'd like to share with you some of the major trends that characterize the Chinese economy. The first major trend is that high-quality development is making solid progress. This is a big highlight of the Chinese economy. Over the past year, the Chinese economy made steady progress while maintaining overall stability. China's GDP grew by 5%, one of the fastest among major economies. In response to the headwinds and the challenges confronting China's economy, we stepped up countercyclical measures and, in particular, intensified efforts to introduce a package of incremental policies that effectively boosted the real estate and stock markets, improved market expectations, and restored public confidence. As a result, the economy has rebounded and turned for the better. The headwinds encountered by the economy of China are due to both the external environment and temporary pains brought by our own economic restructuring. We have persistently promoted high-quality development. New business sectors, forms, and models have kept emerging. This has played an important role in overcoming economic difficulties. During my inspection tours to different parts of China last year, I saw the evident progress in the transition from traditional growth drivers to new ones. I saw emerging and future industries booming and new quality productive forces taking shape at a faster pace. All the business I visited, from private companies to foreign invested ones, and from traditional manufacturing to digital firms, have great confidence in future development. This year, China will further intensify macro policies and adopt a more proactive fiscal policy and an appropriately accommodative monetary policy. Will vigorously boost consumption, improve investment performance, facilitate the integrated development of sci-tech innovation and industrial innovation, promote the sound and stable development of the capital market, stabilize the real estate market, and effectively prevent and diffuse local government debt risks so as to effectively pursue higher quality economic growth and appropriately increase economic output. China's stable and sound economic development will inject strong and sustained impetus to global economic development. The second major trend is that green and low-carbon transition is accelerating across the board. This is a salient feature of the Chinese economy. China is taking concrete actions to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. Since 2012, China's energy consumption per unit of GDP and carbon emission intensity have dropped by more than 26% and 35% respectively. And China's renewable energy now accounts for over 35% of its total power generation. China has built the world's largest and most complete new energy industrial chain. 70% of the photovoltaic components and 60% of wind power equipment worldwide come from China. This high-quality production capacity had served as a strong boost to global green development and climate response. China's circular economy enjoys a robust momentum of development. For example, empowered by new material technology, a Chinese enterprise produces one T-shirt with polyester yarn extracted from 8 plastic bottles and makes one hard shell jacket with 28 plastic bottles. This way, it consumes more than 30 billion plastic bottles every year, which has both ecological and economic benefits. China's pursuit of green transition is a long-term commitment rather than an act of expediency. No matter how the international landscape may evolve, China's determination and action for proactive climate response will not change. We will make tireless efforts to reduce carbon emissions and mitigate pollution while expanding green transition and promoting economic growth, accelerate the comprehensive transition to green economic and social development, observe the goals and principles of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, and make greater contributions to global climate response. The third major trend is that reform and opening up is moving up toward a higher level. This is the source of vitality of the Chinese economy. It is through reform and opening up that China caught up with the times in big strides over the past decades. And in order to break new ground in China's modernization drive, we still count on reform and opening up. In July last year, the Communist Party of China, the CPC, held the third plenary session of its 20th Central Committee, laying out systematic plans for further deepening reform comprehensively to advance Chinese modernization. More than 300 important reform measures were introduced at the meeting, and these reform tasks shall be completed by 2029, the year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Will build a high-standard socialist market economy, foster a fairer and more dynamic market environment, and make resource allocation as efficient and productive as possible. Openness is the hallmark of Chinese modernization. In terms of the access for foreign investment, we set up the China-Shanghai Pilot Free Trade Zone in 2013 and issued the first negative list for foreign investment. There were 190 items on the list at that time, but now the number has been reduced to 27. Last year, China lifted all restrictions on foreign investment in manufacturing and established a negative list system for cross-border trading services, and we have been taking systematic steps to further open important sectors like telecom, the internet, education, culture, and medical services. In terms of foreign trade, we don't seek trade surplus. We want to import more competitive quality products and services to promote balanced trade. China's overall tariff level has been cut to 7.3%, a fairly low level in the world. And we give all least developed countries having diplomatic relations with China zero tariff treatment for 100% tariff lines. We have taken the initiative to expand imports and held the China International Import Expo for 7 years in a row. China has been the world's second largest importer for many years now. In terms of business environment, we know issues like China's IPR protection, equal participation in government procurement, cross-border data flow, access to factors of production, qualification approval, and standard setting are of great interest to multinationals. In these areas, we are continuously improving relevant institutions and policies. These issues are important to both domestic and foreign invested enterprises, and our attitude has been clear, that is, to provide equal and fair treatment for all of them. Take government procurement, for example. According to relevant laws and regulations, all products made in China, whether their suppliers are domestic or foreign invested enterprises, enjoy the right of equal participation in government procurement. I know in reality, there might be cases where invisible barriers and hidden hurdles stand in the way of both foreign invested enterprises and domestic ones. On the part of the Chinese government, we sincerely hope to work out these problems with all of you. China's door of opening up will not be closed and will open even wider, and our business environment will only get better. We sincerely welcome more foreign enterprises to invest and do business in China and achieve greater success in sharing China's opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, China's Spring Festival is just around the corner. As the new year begins, everything takes on a new look. Let's start again from Davos. Uphold the right path of multilateralism, promote open and inclusive development, and jointly usher in a better future. To conclude, I wish the annual meeting a full success. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Premier Deng, for having given us a very deep and comprehensive insight into Chinese policies and the status of the China economy. Let me follow up with one or two questions. First, we are now in a kind of reshaping of the global order. And my question would be, how does China actually view its role in shaping the global order among the rising tensions which we have? And what would be actually the consequences, Vice Premier, of a world falling apart into two different systems, short-term and long-term? And what should be done to avoid such a scenario?
Professor Schwab, your question reflects the international community's interest in China's role and also a concern shared by the international community about the international landscape. the worry that the world may split into two separate systems. On China's role in the international order, as a Chinese saying goes, what a person says and does tell you what that person is. Just look at what Chinese leaders and Chinese people have said, and look at what the Chinese people have done. After that, I think any upright person would come to the conclusion that China is a responsible major country and a firm defender and builder of the international order. First, in recent years, President Xi Jinping has shared his views multiple times on the international order. One of that is the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind. And also he put forth the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. These ideas and initiatives have contributed to narrowing down division, reducing the risk of confrontation, at the same time, China has always been a staunch exerciser of peaceful development. In international affairs, we always champion dialogue and partnership rather than confrontation and alliance. It is fair to say that with respect to peace and security, China has the best track record among the world's major countries. Third, China has been a staunch supporter of true multilateralism. We firmly uphold the international system with the UN at its core and the international order based on international law. The Chinese people always honor our commitments. Our deeds always match our words. That's for the first question. And you touch upon the possible consequences if the world splits into different systems and how to do about it. I think if that is the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the world becomes divided, it would be very difficult for humanity to address common challenges together. And in an even worse case, we may also relapse into confrontation. That would be a situation where no country can stay unaffected. President Xi once said that all countries in the world are like passengers in the same big ship. We share the same future and need to act with stronger global solidarity to narrow down division and avoid unimaginable consequences. We should work together to bring to life the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, firmly oppose zero-sum and Cold War mentalities, make the international order more just and equitable. At the same time, in this process, I think the role of major countries is very important. The major countries must lead by example and act in a way befitting their stature. It is an aspiration shared by the 1.4 billion Chinese people, that the world can be tranquil and peaceful and achieve common development. We are working tirelessly toward this end and hope the rest of the world will join us. That concludes my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Premier Ding. In the context of the question I just asked also, we know that the intelligent age is characterized by fierce competition in the new technologies such as artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Now, those technologies significantly transform industries and societies, but they also enhance national power. Now, what will China do to avoid that those technologies become a divisive factor and contribute really to the progress positively of all humanity?
Thank you, Professor Schwab. That's a very good question. I fully agree with your opinion. Artificial intelligence and quantum technology and other new and emerging technologies are perhaps not progressive development, but disruptive transformation. On China's science and technology, over the years, China has registered economic growth and sci-tech progress and has made achievements that has attracted the attentions of the whole world. But we know very clearly that our achievements are attributed to open cooperation. So open cooperation on science and technology, and we are fully aware of its significance. So over the years, we've been committed to such principles as science knows no border and should benefit all humanity. And we have been promoting international cooperation on science and technology in terms of innovation and the sharing of technological results. Up until now, China has established cooperative relations with more than 160 countries and regions on science and technology. Especially, we strengthened cooperation with Global South countries, and we also shared the application of new technologies. We did this to narrow the technology gap and prevent that sci-tech innovation from becoming a game only for the rich countries and rich people. And we have made encouraging progress in this regard. On artificial intelligence, Professor Schwab, I agree with what you said on AI. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, if used well, will undoubtedly provide strong impetus to development. But otherwise, if used unwell, it will be a primary source of risks. China is developing artificial intelligence. When we do this, we attach great importance to strike the right balance between development and security. That means to get the relationship between security and development right. We seek progress while maintaining stability to ensure that we will not go astray. Let me draw an analogy. Just like when you drive a car on the highway, you must first make sure that the brake is functional before stepping on the gas pedal. So, striking the right balance between development and security is of utmost importance. And China is developing AI to promote the intelligent transformation of our economy, to deliver a better life for the 1.4 billion Chinese people, to make them live a modern life. This is our objective, so we will not blindly follow others' practices. We will not engage in excessive competition in this regard. So the Chinese government is capable of ensuring the sound management of artificial intelligence because we have a very strong institutional system and a monitoring system. And we have a very strong ethics committee. So with all this, we can manage and utilize artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies to the benefit of our people. On the global governance on AI, this is a tough issue. If we allow this reckless competition among countries continue, then we will see a great rhino. What to do about it? I think we need to review the history. For example, our lessons in managing the risks, the nuclear risks, and biological risks and security. We have accumulated experience. And in this regard, the United Nations and its relevant agencies have played a fantastic role. And we need to learn from this valuable experience. And we stand ready to, under the framework of the United Nations at its core, to actively participate in all the, including all the relevant international organizations and all countries, to discuss the formulation of robust rules to ensure that the AI technology will become a treasure cave found by Alibaba instead of a Pandora's box. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session, and please join me again thanking Vice Premier Deng for his insights into China's policies.
issue fixed and we can start this journey. I think it's happening now. Amazing. Great. Hello, everybody. I'm Johanna Hoffman. I am the director and principal at Design for Adaptation, and I am here to start off this session by journeying with all of you into the future. We are going to spend the next 10-ish minutes exploring a vision of what life might be like in the year 2050. So before we start, take a little moment to find a comfortable spot for your body. Close your eyes. This is an eyes closed experience, at least at the beginning. And focus on your breath, on breathing in and on breathing out. On that exhale, you and me and everyone here will have traveled 25 years into the future and landed in January 2050. We are still in Davos. We are still in Switzerland, but we are 25 years farther into the future than we were just a couple of minutes ago. And this 2050 that we all have landed here in together is shaped as much by crisis, economic crisis, climatic crisis, geopolitical crisis, as it is also shaped by collective and systemic adaptation to climate change. So Switzerland has become a hub for a lot of that climate action on an international and on a local regional scale. It's a place where nature, for example, has been granted legal personhood, so that ecosystems' rights to thrive, exist, and regenerate are now enshrined and recognized in Swiss law. And its economic power has helped to position it as a leader in financing a growing array of climate initiatives. Regenerative power has got a lot more support these days. A lot of water, waste reclamation, and treatment strategies are now much more widespread in different parts of the world, as well as in Switzerland. Vertical indoor farming initiatives have been getting a real funding boost in order to address issues of food access in different parts of the world. So by collaborating with some different international bodies, the Swiss government promotes a carbon-based financial system that ties or seeks to tie economic success with climate action, with mitigation, with different adaptation strategies. So that's the general picture. When you connect to the place that you consider home, where you feel most connected to in this planet, what's happening there? When you open the door to your house and you walk down the street, what are you seeing in this 2050? When you go for a beverage in the morning after you get up, maybe you, like me in 2025, were super addicted to coffee. Is there coffee that's readily available for you to drink when you wake up and you want something warm? Maybe not. When you think about if a crisis occurs, maybe where you live, fire is a real issue, or flooding. When that kind of natural hazard hits, what kind of support can you expect from your community or local government? And what might that government or that kind of support, what does that indicate about what political dynamics might be at play? All right, if you haven't already done so, please open your eyes. We're going to spend the next few minutes exploring some details of what this future could be like in a little bit more high-resolution detail. So I invite you, for the next couple of minutes, to see this prompt on the screen and play with that prompt. I'm going to give you, for each of those fill-in-the-blank spaces, 3 options. You're going to choose one option that I give you for each of those fill-in-the-blanks, and then explore what that resulting thing might be. So you can do this exploration on your own. If you're super excited to work with somebody, maybe ask your neighbor if they'd like to do this with you. But if you do that, please keep a little quiet so that other people can have their own experience and not listen to you the whole entire time. You can also do this on your phone if you have like a note app that you would like to use. If you're somebody who brought pen and paper with you, and you like to do things by hand, please do so. You can also, if you prefer, do this in your own mind as well. So let's begin. In a 2050 that is shaped by mitigation and adaptation to climate change, there is either a law, a festival, or a snack. Choose one of those 3. If the word festival doesn't really connect with you, think of it as an event, a music event, a sporting event. Maybe it's a conference event. One of those 3. In this future where there is a law, a festival, or a snack, it's related to either water, the brain, or robots. One of those 3. That law, that festival, that snack that is related to either the water, the brain, or robots makes you feel either relaxation, disgust, or fascination. One of those three, choose, and think about what this thing might be. What is it? What is it for? What does it look like? You can think about what it may be, if you're talking about a snack, what it feels like to touch it, what it tastes like. If this is a law, what does it do? How is it affecting change? How is it affecting any difference compared to what was a reality in 2025 versus what is going on today in 2050? How does it affect you as an individual? And how does it affect people who maybe aren't anything like you? Maybe they speak a different language. Maybe they come from a very different place. There's really no wrong way to do this at all. This is all about sparking our creative thinking, the ways in which we explore what we think might happen in this reality of 2050 that we are all inhabiting here together. Another way of kind of exploring this thing is, how did it get here? Where there may be funding mechanisms that went into making, if you're looking at a snack, making that snack come to be. Where there may be different lobbyists who are involved if you're exploring a law. Different sort of organizational structures who put a lot of incentive into making this thing come to be that you are now starting to explore in this moment. And how does that maybe indicate or connect to change that's happening at different spatial scales? If this is a snack, maybe it has something to do with global food supply systems. How is that snack getting to you? Does it maybe connect to supply chains at all? Is that a way of maybe considering how those things might be connected? All right, we could spend a lot longer doing this if we all wanted to, but we also have a session to get to. So we're going to make our time in 2050 start to come to a close. Stop whatever kinds of exploration you've been doing and take a breath. Take a breath in and take a breath out. On that exhale, all of us, you, me, everybody here, we have time traveled very quickly and very safely back to 2025. Well done. Reverse time travel accomplished. What did that exploration of what this thing might be, what did that bring up for you? Turn to the person next to you if you collaborated with somebody on this. Turn to somebody who you did not collaborate with and share something. What did this thing look like that you made? Can be just a couple of words. Maybe there's a feeling that's involved. Maybe this exercise annoyed you and you thought it was a waste of time. That's also worth sharing. This is really about exploring what we think the world could be like in 2050, having that reflection for ourselves, and acknowledging that other people will be inhabiting that reality also. What came up? Again, there's no wrong answers to this. This is just about having an experience and a reaction and being real about it. If you were the sharer, now is the time to switch and become the listener. What did this thing do? What did it look like? And what came up for you? Okay. I want to thank you all for taking this time to travel into the future with yourselves, with me, with each other. As our time together draws to a close, I want to say that if you found this work interesting at all, annoying, frustrating, thought-provoking, fun, challenging, know that this is a way of translating what can so often seem abstract and impersonal about the future and translating it into high-resolution, more personal reality. Because the more that we can make futures feel real, feel tangible, the more we augment our capacities to refine the futures that we want to work towards. as individual and very critically together with each other. So again, I'm Johanna Hoffman, founder and principal at Design for Adaptation, and I hope you enjoy the session to come. Thank you so much.
Give me 1 second. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I do need one little technical assistance on this. Does anyone know what number one presses so that Rosemary can hear it in German? 1, 2, 3, 2? 2. All right, let me help. Let me see if I can do it. God, my eyes are... There you go. I think that should be 2. And then the volume is here.
Okay, thank you.
That should be in German. Well, I have to say something. I promise you, very light.
Loud, yeah.
But is it in German or is it some other strange language?
I don't understand this language.
It's High German. It's very... It's very proficient German. Can some German speaker help here? Because I would not be the right person. Let me kick it off because I'm going to start on the other end. We'll get there. Thank you all for coming here. I'm super excited to be here because this is an opportunity. I've been coming to the World Economic Forum for several years now. My name is Sanjan. I'm the CEO of Conservation International. We're an environmental nonprofit. We work only in the global south. And our mission is very simple. We want to protect and restore nature for people. And I'm here, and it's my pleasure to moderate this panel. But I'm excited about this because this is an opportunity to meet the community here and have a dialogue with folks who are living the world and experiencing it in a slightly different way than you might find when you go into the Congress over there. So thank you all for being here today. And we have a fantastic panel. I'm going to just do one-line introductions, but then just go right into a dialogue with our community on stage here. So Fatou Zheng, who's on the far end here, is a climate advisor to the UN Secretary General. And she's originally from Gambia, and she splits her time between Banjul and London. Next to her is William Marshall, who is the CEO and co-founder of a company called Planet. Planet puts up small satellites, a couple of hundred of them now, orbiting Earth at least, and they do real-time imagery for the planet. And you can find that data made available in real time, do a lot of work with nonprofits as well as commercial. Next to that is the Secretary of Environment and Natural Resources for Mexico, Alicia Ibarra. And the Secretary, the Minister of Environment, used to, prior to this, was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was the Mexico ambassador to Chile. And now she's moved into this incredibly important role for the environment for Mexico. And then finally, next to me is Rosemary Wilder-Walt. I hope I did the name okay, who's the co-president of the Climate Senior Association. And she really, I'd heard about her and I wanted to meet her here today, but she led this, this lawsuit, essentially in Switzerland, organized by the seniors to ask the country or force the country to live up to its climate obligations. And it passed the courts and then got hung up in Parliament, but obviously she'll talk a little bit about that. So we want to have a quick dialogue here with all of you and then hopefully take a few questions. So I'm going to start and be as granular as I can in terms of what I'm moderating. And I have the questions here now, and I don't. There you go. Okay. So I'd love it if each of you, and I would start with you, Fatou, and we'd just work down the line, could say one line about your work, but really more importantly, what's your experience, as specific as you can be, about how a community has successfully, or maybe unsuccessfully, it's okay to do that too, built resilience or dealt with climate change?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here having a conversation that's very important for us, our future, our lives, and our livelihoods. And in addition to my role as Youth Climate Advisor to the UN Secretary General, I also founded Cleaner Gambia, which is one of the biggest youth-led non-for-profit organizations. And over the years, we've obviously worked with different stakeholders, mainly vulnerable communities in the rural Gambia, and also young people and women. And obviously, we all know the figures. We've all seen how climate change continues to impact us. You look at our neighbors here, the recent wildfire in California. We see countries like Sudan, where people continue to be displaced as a result of climate change. Just last year, we've seen how over 4 million people actually faced acute food insecurity as a result of climate change. And I come from the Gambia, a city that actually inhabits over 35,000 people. And over the years, we've experienced severe environmental impacts. And my city, Banjul, is actually at risk of rising sea level just under 1 meter. So if we experience just a 1 meter sea level rise, my city will be inundated. And as a daughter of a farmer that has obviously seen how my father has actually depended on agriculture for years to actually support our education and our lives, and also coming from a country where over 70% of our rural population depend on agriculture, it's really important that there is more communal spirit, and it's important that there's more community resilience in adapting to the climate crisis. And with the work that we've been doing, especially around capacity building and awareness, planting over 35,000 trees across the country and building the capacity of over 4,000 women and young people. One thing I'll say that always stuck to me in terms of community resilience is the fact that most of the time when we implement activities, we fail to acknowledge the local and traditional knowledge of people in communities that are impacted by climate change. For instance, some of these are mostly farmers that has over the years been able to understand how to manage their lands. But when we implement projects, they are not included in these conversations. Their local and traditional knowledge are actually not included or captured in conversations that we have around climate adaptation. And one thing that I actually see or love to see in terms of especially building community resilience is how well, especially in our transition to renewable energy, but most especially in adapting to the climate crisis, is seeing more involvement of traditional local people and smallholder farmers in the conversations. Because, for instance, less than just 1% of global funding goes to small-scale farmers. And these are people that supply us with food. These are the people that actually help us with food to sustain ourselves and food security. But they are mostly left out in the conversations. And I've seen from my work how they've always come together as a community to always find solutions to the climate crisis. And I know you are looking at me, that time is almost up. But I just wanted to share an example. In 2020, there were a group of women farmers in Gunjur. So Gunjur is a coastal community, but also a community where we have lots of women farmers. There was a time where a corporation wanted to actually expand their activity and wanted to take over the lands of these women farmers. Because obviously we're a country that we're still facing some patriarchal norms and tradition, and it was difficult for these women to actually get back their farmlands. But when we heard about it, we were able to mobilize different stakeholders, including politicians, advocates, and also women farmers from other communities. We all came together, showing the power of community to actually support us in not only about the invasion of corporations, but also to build a stronger bond in terms of our adaptation capacity. And because of how we were able to mobilize each other and different stakeholders and partners, these women farmers were able to get their land back from a corporation that wanted to expand their corporation. That is one thing.
So let me ask you, that when you go to Gambia, or even in Banjul, do most people acknowledge climate change?
Yes, now we are seeing more people actually acknowledge climate change, because before, we see climate change impacting us, like heat waves.
Yeah.
We experience that a lot. You see someone say, oh, it's very hot, and we fan ourselves. But they wouldn't really acknowledge that it's because of climate change.
But now it's more...
But now we're seeing some level of awareness in communities, which is very important, because climate, you cannot really be able to effectively ensure climate action without citizens being aware and know what's happening.
And then the group of farmers who came together to do something about it, the women group, what sparked them to come together? Like, why them?
Because that's what they've known all over. Like, that's what they've always known. Because these are women farmers that have been engaged in...
They self-organized?
They self-organized. This is something that is their main source of income. They've been involved in this for over 30 years. And in my country, women actually wake up as early as 3 to 4 a.m. These women farmers, they take their produce, go to the market and sell this produce to be able to send their children to school, etc. So they understand the value of how this actually impacts them and their lives, and they were able to really self-organize, which was quite a remarkable thing.
Right. So, well, sort of on the other end of the spectrum here, right? So are you in California, Texas now? Where do you live?
California.
California, all right. So you're in California, you run this amazing company, and you put satellites in space and do that all the time. Tell me about something specific about how communities or your experience in terms of actually doing something to mitigate or adapt to the climate crisis.
Well, firstly, let me give a tiny bit of perspective. Satellites are very far away, but they're helping people day to day on the ground. So we have 200 satellites. They image the whole Earth every day. We track lots of changes. We do a lot of work in tracking and stopping deforestation, tracking the coral reef systems, trying to stop illegal fishing, and helping countries with disasters. But actually, the basic premise is you can't manage what you don't measure. How can we have smarter action if we don't have the information about what's going on? If we don't know where the deforestation is taking place, we're not going to stop the deforestation. I was just with a community in the depths of the Ecuadorian Amazon a couple of weeks ago, and they manage a large area of land, 35,000 hectares, but they don't know where encroachment might be. So we're providing them with satellite imagery so that they know where the illegal logging road is coming in, so that they can stop that. But to give you a most concrete example, of course, with climate comes more extreme weather events. And for that, our satellite data, because we image the whole Earth every day, we quickly, after a disaster, can help recovery efforts. So in the Los Angeles tragic fires that have been happening, not only did we provide satellite imagery within a few hours to the relief operators there, but also with Microsoft, we did AI for Good Lab. We did a building-by-building damage assessment within just a number of hours. And the goal is to help those relief operators decide which places to help with medicine and recovery efforts as quickly as possible. Now, what's more important, so these technologies may seem distant, but they can really help people on day-to-day on the ground. What's coming is we just launched some new satellites that can have AI that they can run on the edge, so that we can actually do that within minutes rather than waiting hours for that. But what's more important with disaster response is, of course, getting ahead of that. So we've been doing a lot of work with CAL FIRE in California and PG&E, which was having a lot of trouble where there was encroachment.
PG&E is the main electricity provider in California.
And because what was happening is the wind, when it was extreme weather, it would blow the trees into the power lines, it would spark a fire. We have all these fires in Northern California. And PG&E now, we help them monitor all the millions of kilometers of power lines and check that there's not encroachment, and then they tell them where to go and stop that. Unfortunately, that was not happening in LA. And we could do that and then get ahead of this and reduce the probability of these fires. We can see where the undergrowth is, there's too much undergrowth, where the fire lanes are needed. So you can do preventative work. We can do similar works in flooding. So we can tell the soil moisture in the top 10 centimeters of soil. So if you know that if it's saturated, that the next time there's rain, it's very likely to flood. So you can have some sort of warning to help prepare communities for a potential flooding event.
Do you find communities coming to Planet for help on a constant basis? I mean, as the words got out that you have this network, do you get lots of incoming requests?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've built a platform to try to enable them to help themselves with our data and the tools. You know, satellite data can be overwhelming, and it's fine. We work with NASA on climate variables, but of course they've got loads of people with skills with satellite data. We're trying to make it easier, so it's not just for the teams that have tens of people with PhDs in satellite imagery processing, but rather make it easier to use. So one of the amazing things is happening now is how AI can help all of this. So, you know, I think of how Google indexed the internet and made it searchable. We're trying to make the planet searchable. We're indexing what's on the Earth, and the AI can make that easy. And that can make it such that anyone can just type in a query and get answers about what's going on. So where we're going is going to be much easier. It's going to be, so we're not only trying to provide our satellite imagery to those that need it, so democratize access to satellite imagery, but build tools that democratize the extraction of value from that to make it easier so anyone can get value out of that. A farmer, somebody trying to protect their ecosystems.
Right. Alicia, you have vast experience, and now you have this incredible, one of the top 10 biodiverse countries in the world, obviously on the front lines of climate impact. You have coastlines on both sides, you have a desert, you have mangroves, and you have a huge population. What's something specific that you could say, here's a way in which I see a community or a group of individuals really taking action to mitigate or adapt to climate?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, I'm so glad to be here this afternoon and share with all of you some experiences. First of all, I have to say that optimism has to come precisely from community experiences, because the world is not going very well, frankly speaking, because 10 years after the Paris Agreement, we're making very little progress in terms of climate change. And 15 hours after Trump announced that he's going to step out of the Climate Change Convention, I think we cannot, again, we have very little confidence that it's going to be the big companies or the big governments, the ones who are going to make the change. So thank you for the question to all of us about what communities can really do. And I have one example which your organization has participated in Mexico City. Mexico City is a very huge city. 9 million people live in Mexico City. In the metropolitan area, we're talking about 35 million people. But one experience that I think is interesting is that Xochimilco, those of you who have been in Mexico or who have not been in Mexico, you should visit Xochimilco because it's a great place, but it was in great danger. It was in very great danger because it was a flooded area, because Mexico was in, as you may remember in history, we were built as Mexicans in a big water environment. So Xochimilco is a place where indigenous people used to plant their food in small chinampas, what they call chinampas. So this is a very ancient practice, but they were running out of water, actually. So the way it was solved is to build a very huge wetland around Xochimilco and to bring back water, but by building up wetlands, and it was done with Conservation International, by the way, together with the communities and together with the local government. So now, if you go to Xochimilco, you will find out that again, Xochimilco has come back to what it was almost 400 years ago, and also you can go in a canoe, let's say, it's recovered totally, the lake has recovered wonderfully, and you can also see how the local people are selling flowers and food, and so it has been a total recovery, but it has been done by the community itself. Of course, the government put some money in it. Now, let me give you a bad example, a very bad example. Acapulco. Everybody has heard about, I hope so. Acapulco is one of the most interesting touristic areas in Mexico, actually, but it was hit by Otis and then by Hurricane John, and it was almost destroyed because of climate change, because the hurricane came on level 3 and then level 4, and then very close to the coastline, it became level 5, which is the largest one, in a few hours only, and the people were simply not prepared. So Acapulco, the coast, was totally destroyed because of the lack of mangroves, because of the lack of forestry, because of the lack of wetlands. It was only condominiums and hotels. It was almost destroyed. It's now been, I mean, it's in the recovery process, but it was, you know, it's like what I would say is the antithesis of a community, Acapulco, because it's all built by tourism and condominiums and hotels and very concentration, inequality. So now we are facing the job of recovering a place that has so much inequality, so much, let's say, things to be done, that what we need to build there is, again, the weave, the social weave. We have to, again, build the community in Acapulco, and that's one of the jobs that we have to do ourselves by bringing the community together to restore their own. As you very well said, Mexico has 11,000 kilometers of coastline. We are in danger if we don't bring the communities together, for example, to bring mangroves back to the equation. But it's a community job, so that's why I have a good example and a bad example.
That's great. And for those of, I had a chance and the privilege of visiting Xochimilco last year, and I've been to Mexico City many times, and I never realized that, number one, it was built on a wetland, but within the city limits, within the bigger city limits, there's this 9,000 hectare wetland. And it is the most amazing morning or day you could spend in a big, big city to go and see
in a canoe?
In canoes or kayaks or boats. And the communities there grow over 120 different types of vegetables because it is so productive. And no fertilizer, no inputs, just the water from the canals. That allows this incredibly productive. It really should be like a world. We should make that like one of the 10 wonders of the world.
So.
We really should try. Okay, Rosemary. Now coming to someone from here, local. You fought the good fight here. You know, from your experience, you know, tell us, you know, how a community organizes to try to deal with an issue of around climate resilience or adaptation. What can you share with us from your experience?
Ja, wir haben einen anderen Fokus gewählt, nämlich den Ansatz, wie man vermeiden kann die Klimakatastrophen. Also nicht bei der Resilienz, sondern eben bei der Entstehung. Und wir haben den juristischen Weg gewählt. Zusammen mit Greenpeace haben wir im 2016 angefangen, einen Verein zu gründen, weil Greenpeace wollte die Schweiz, die Regierung verklagen, weil die viel zu wenig unternehmen, dass eben das Klima, die Katastrophe gestoppt wird und die Erwärmung endlich unten gehalten wird. Und dazu brauchten sie ein Publikum, das klagen darf in der Schweiz. Und da musste man schauen, wer ist am meisten betroffen von den Hitzewellen. Bei uns hat es keine Überschwemmungen, also es hat schon auch Überschwemmungen, aber nicht in dem Stil, wie wir das jetzt gehört haben. Oder Brände gibt es auch, aber eben nicht so schlimme Katastrophen. Aber eben wir älteren Frauen, wir sind am meisten vulnerabel und sterben am häufigsten, wenn Hitzewellen auftreten über längere Zeit. Und deshalb hat Greenpeace dann ältere Frauen gesucht und wir haben unseren Verein gegründet, wie gesagt, im 2018. Und da mussten wir den ganzen Instanzenweg in der Schweiz durchschreiten. Und das kann man eben nur mit Aussicht auf Erfolg, wenn man besonders betroffen ist. Und wir gingen ans Ministerium für Umwelt, die haben uns abgewiesen an verschiedene Gerichte und das große also das Gericht in Lausanne, das hat gefunden, wir seien noch so gesund, wir hätten noch lange Zeit zum Klagen und es sei noch nicht nachgewiesen, dass es über 1,5 bis 2 Grad gehe, die Hitzewellen. Wir können schon noch später klagen. Also dann wussten wir, wenn wir da nicht akzeptiert sind, nicht mal angehört werden, müssen wir nach Straßburg an den Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte. Und das haben wir um 23 getan. Wir wurden eingeladen in die Große Kammer. Das heißt, alle 17 Richterinnen und Richter haben entschieden und gesprochen über unsere Klage. Und wir wurden prioritär behandelt. Das ist ganz selten. Und im letzten Frühling, im April, konnten wir dann das Urteil entgegennehmen. Wir haben gewusst, wir werden wahrscheinlich gewinnen, aber wir haben maximal gewonnen. Es waren 16 Stimmen gegen eine, die gefunden haben, Klimaschutz ist ein Menschenrecht. Und das war enorm für uns. Das Maximum haben wir erreicht. Der Artikel 8, jeder Mensch hat ein Recht auf ein gutes Leben, auf ein gutes Privat- und Familienleben. Das war erfüllt. Beziehungsweise eben, wenn das gestört ist, wegen Hitzewellen etc., dann ist das ein Menschenrecht, dann hat die Regierung dieses Recht als diesen Schutz von dem Leben, eben von dem guten Leben als Menschenrecht anzuerkennen. Und wir wurden dann von der ganzen Welt begeistert, quasi wurde uns gratuliert, wir wurden eingeladen für Interviews. Aber die Schweizer Regierung, die Räte zum Beispiel zuerst im Parlament, die wollten das nicht akzeptieren und haben gefunden, ja, diese fremden Richter da in Straßburg, die sind aktivistisch, die haben den Artikel 8 nicht richtig ausgelegt. Da steht nichts von Klima drin. Dabei wurde ja diese Menschenrechtskonvention, der Artikel in den 50er Jahren entwickelt. Da wurde noch niemand von Klima sprechen. Und dann haben wir gehofft auf den Bundesrat, die höchste Instanz der Schweiz. Und auch sie haben gefunden, sie machen schon genügend. Es gäbe genug Gesetze, die jetzt neuerdings wieder instand gesetzt wurden. Also sie brauchen das gar nicht umzusetzen. Also die Implementierung, die ist noch in den Wolken. Und jetzt musste der Bundesrat einen Klimaaktionsplan einreichen in den Ministerrat des Europarates. Und wir haben jetzt, das kommt nächste Woche dann in den Medien, unser Feedback quasi zu diesem Plan, was die vorhaben, eingereicht. Und das wird dann im März vom Ministerrat begutachtet. Und wir sind überzeugt, auch dank Fachleuten im Hintergrund, dass wir Recht haben und dass die Schweiz viel, viel mehr machen muss. Und das ist ein Leiturteil. Und wir sind jetzt als Schweiz natürlich zuerst, dank uns Klimaseniorinnen, wurde die Schweiz verurteilt quasi. Aber das gilt für alle anderen 46 Europaratsstaaten auch jetzt, dieses Urteil.
Rosemary, what...
Very good.
There are many things that you could have got involved in, and perhaps one might imagine, you know, at your age, you would not want to take on something like this. You might want to spend retirement in a nice place or on holiday. What made you act? What was the motivation for you to say, this is not someone else's responsibility. I'm going to be the co-leader or co-president of this and put your time and effort into this?
Also ich habe mich schon seit den 70er Jahren gegen die ersten AKWs gewehrt, die da hätten gebaut werden sollen. Ich war in der Frauenbewegung, feministische Bewegung, die sich für eine gesunde Ökologie eingesetzt hat. Das war schon immer mein Thema. Und ich denke, ich lese immer wie mehr und höre von den Fachleuten, die Klimaforschenden, was wir da in Zukunft zu erwarten haben. Das ist dermaßen katastrophal. Wir haben es ja gehört, eben aus Ländern wie Gambia. Da denke ich, da kommt mein Gerechtigkeitsgewissen, weil ich weiß, dass wir in den reichen, entwickelten Ländern sind verantwortlich für diese Katastrophen in diesen auch Inselstaaten etc. Und darum müssen wir, das ist das Dringendste, wir müssen vorwärts machen in der Bekämpfung der Klimakatastrophe, wie die sich schnell entwickelt, viel schneller als die Forschenden schon eigentlich zum Voraus berechnet haben.
Right. Thank you. So I want to be, I want you to keep your answer brief because I'm mindful of time and I do want to open this up to the audience as well. But could you, one idea, what's one idea you're excited about for the future, say in the next couple of years that you see out there that you think that might work? What's on top of your mind, Fatou?
On top of my mind is intergenerational collaboration.
Oh.
If you look at the panel, it's diverse people, different generations. And I always say that, I mean, in as much as the government is doing something, the private sector is doing something, the NGOs are actually doing something. We can't really all do it individually. In order to address the climate crisis, we need strategic partnership and collaboration between different generations, because we see around the world the power young people actually have been able to have over the years. For instance, in Europe, we've seen how young people mobilized, millions of them on the streets protesting, which has actually influenced elections. You go to Africa, you see how young people are innovators. They're in the communities, mobilizing people, educating people, campaigning, and just leading actions. So you're seeing how significantly we're really on the ground at the grassroots level working with communities. So in different parts of the world, we see what young people actually bring to the table. But what has been lacking is intergenerational collaboration, especially effective ones. When you sit in conferences, sometimes we see how young people are tokenized, we brought to the table, or in meetings actually take photos, but our responsibility is beyond that. We have so much to bring to the table, and that is one thing I am excited about. More intergenerational dialogues and partnership in spaces like this, and also looking at our funding models.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the existing funding models right now, it's quite traditional and rigid, and it makes it really difficult, especially for young people and the civil society space, to actually access this funding. Okay. So I'm very excited about a more inclusive and participatory funding models where local communities and young people are able to access it and improve and enhance their innovation. So partnership, but a more participative funding model as well.
Great, great. I think you're absolutely right about that intergenerational collaboration. I think power is very sticky and it takes a lot to actually change a paradigm, and I think you sometimes then see the backlash. And I think by creating that intergenerational network, you tend to be more resistant to the backlash that inevitably comes to any movement. Will, what are you excited about? Anything new going? A lot of new things, but what's the one thing that you think, that could really be something big?
Well, I've touched a little bit on AI, and I'm very excited about how that can democratize access to understanding our planet in this queerable Earth concept. But let me touch on a different one. Intergenerational collaboration, I really support as well. And but in partnerships between non-profit, governments, and private sector, I think we've got to form these coalitions. A great example of that for us recently was a non-profit organization in California wanted to help measure methane resources around the world. NASA had an incredible instrument that can do that, but it was going to cost a lot of money to put it into space. We have really cheap satellites, so we all three teamed up. There's a non-profit, a government, and so we just flew that sensor from NASA JPL into space on our satellite, made it much lower cost, like 10 or 100 times lower cost. only a few million, but that's better than hundreds of millions. So, you know, it's a step. And that satellite has now started detecting methane leaks all around the world. And again, you can't manage what you don't measure. Yeah. And we already started detecting methane leaks. And incredibly, like we just mapped them and we've given the data away on this website. And already some operators were like, oh, I didn't realize I had these leaks. This was one in Texas that had a leak that was 7,000 kilograms of methane per hour, which is the equivalent of driving 10,000 cars all at once, or about 300,000 cars taken off the road, if you take into account the fact that not all of them are driving at any one time. So a huge impact from this one leak that they turned off. And we could detect thousands of those, and the idea is to help, you know. So I think that's the kind of benefit that can come from a public-private partnership.
Great. Minister, I know what you're not excited about, probably dealing with your neighbor to the north. But what are you excited about and you think is on the horizon that
Not about our neighbor, I must admit, but I'm very excited about environmental justice. And I share very much Rosemary. I like very much what she's doing, saying, and I think we need more of that. All generations, we need to fight more loudly. I think we have to get out of our comfort zone and fight loudly about environmental justice, which is not there. And I'm very concerned that the future is not going to be, let's say, easy for the young people. And we have a debt to the young people, at least my generation has. And so the thing that gives me a lot of hope is when I hear young people come on with proposals, with things that they want to change and they want to do. Because I do believe that we are in trouble. We are in huge trouble in the world, fragmented. So justice for me is what I'm looking for. And of course, if you tell me one thing that I am very excited about is to have a woman president, the first woman president in 200 years in my country. So, woman, we have to make them
And a climate scientist. And a climate scientist. And a climate scientist.
And a climate scientist.
She might be the first climate scientist to be a president.
Absolutely.
I know other women heads of state, right?
No, Merkel was also a scientist.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
course,
and she was a physicist.
True. Yes, that's
so,
right.
No. But she's also good. I mean, Claudia Sheinbaum is great. She's a climate scientist and the president.
Pretty credible.
Yeah.
Right. What's next for you, Rosemary? What are you looking forward to in the next year or two?
Also, ich möchte noch mal zu den Jugendlichen zurückgehen, was du gesagt hast, weil ich fühle mich auch verantwortlich. Wir sind die Babyboomer-Generation. Das ist für mich ein riesiger Grund, da mitzumachen, was ich alles überhaupt bewegen kann. Und wir geben uns viel ab mit den Jungen. Wir machen Diskussionen, ebenso auf dem Plenum. Und wir gehen an die Märsche mit den Jungen, an die Klimademos. Ich war schon vielmal mit den Jungen auch auf der Winterwanderung nach Davos, jetzt die anderen Jahre, weil wir haben Davos angeprangert, das WEF. Da hat es natürlich so viele mächtige und reiche Leute, die hätten so viele Möglichkeiten in der Hand. Und wir können nur hoffen, dass die Dringlichkeit da endlich bewusst wird und da etwas vorwärts geht. Und ich bin glücklich heute, dass ich da eingeladen bin, jetzt mal vom WEF, statt eine Rede zu halten gegen das WEF, dass eben das ankommen soll bei wichtigen Menschen, die dann vielleicht etwas in die Hand nehmen und etwas organisieren miteinander. Ich denke, wir können es nicht einsam in einzelnen Ländern lösen. Wir müssen das gemeinsam angehen.
Yeah, very good.
So we have about 6 minutes before we open this up to the audience for some Q&A. So just minding the time there. You know, there's a lot of bad news if you look. You don't even have to look, it'll come to your doorstep. And everywhere you turn, you are bombarded by messaging that really sometimes, even for me, who I've been in this field my whole life, this is my whole cause, it's sometimes hard to get out of bed. There are days when I feel that my message, it sounds hollow even to myself. And yet we have to be a bit of optimists. If we weren't, we just wouldn't be able to get out of bed every day. So where do you go for your own personal resilience? Like, where do you get that, that courage or the personal sort of steel that allows you to get on stage, get up there, do another day's worth of work, knowing that rarely are you thanked and more often you're just slowing a train wreck?
You know, this is a very tricky question, isn't it? But for me, traveling the length and breadth of the Gambia.
It's not a big country.
It's not a big country. But interacting with people, speaking different languages, from different cultures. But one thing I always find in common is how we come together as a community when anything happens, including climate disasters. So always seeing the community spirit and how we are always ready to support each other before and during disaster really keeps me motivated, knowing that people really seriously want to take action. The people that are most impacted really want to see effective change. But we have to understand that obviously the solution cannot only come from these people that are impacted. You've mentioned it. We have rich people in the world that obviously need to take more action. We know the solution to the problem. We know what we want to do. It's probably because we don't want to do it, because we don't want to step out of our comfort zone and be more transparent and be more accountable. So what we need, even seeing how communities are always coming together to support each other, is more transparency and more accountability from not only our leaders, but the people that are significantly damaging the environment. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be more expensive to solve the climate crisis. And if we don't solve it now, there's going to be more inequality, there's going to be more hunger, there's going to be more conflict, and at the end of the day, there's going to be more disaster, which will affect people and planet and the prosperity. So we need to see more transparency and accountability from different stakeholders who are the most contributors to the climate crisis.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right. You know, that I am completely confident that the world and humanity will tackle this at scale eventually. I think the sad part about it is that we will probably experience a lot of pain and suffering that needlessly happens because we are delaying it, right? Because eventually, inevitably, the world and nature will force us to react. Like, you just look at what goes on in Los Angeles, or even in communities I grew up in. I mean, you know, you could say something about the mayor or the governor or this, that. Believe me, what happened in Los Angeles is not something that politicians locally could have done a whole lot about. I mean, the scale of this and the speed of this is not something we ever even knew how to prepare for. You can't deny and prepare for something at the same time. So eventually we're going to be forced to act.
Exactly.
And why not do it when we can avoid a lot of the pain and protect biodiversity and do all the good things and provide jobs instead of waiting at the last minute? Will, where do you get excitement about? I know you go watch rocket launches sometimes, and when they go up and don't blow up on the way, that's exciting. But what makes you get out of bed? I mean, you're so energetic. I see you all the time, and you're such a almost missionary zeal about what you believe in. Where does that come from?
A love of nature, in short, and a sense of justice. I think those two combine. And I think your point about transparency and accountability is what motivates me, because, you know, that we can't fix what we can't see. So the transparency is about arming communities with the information so that they can battle this, right? We can't. But what most gives me hope, going out hiking and just seeing, I mean, we have a twin challenge, the climate challenge and biodiversity loss. And those twin challenges are coupled. Of course, climate exacerbates biodiversity loss and so on. But we've wiped out a lot of our ecosystems. You know, some estimates put up to 70% of life. That's a galling figure, like by population decline. Huge population decline in birds, in insects. But what gives me hope is how quickly it bounces back when you give it the space. There's a really funny cartoon I saw a couple of years ago during COVID, It was like about the bounce back of nature. And in 2019, it was showing the humans walking past the animals in their cages in a zoo. And in 2020, it was the animals coming back onto the streets, walking past the humans in their cages in the houses. But I thought, you know, in a silly way, that depicts the essence that in this little break we gave nature, she came right on back. And so you just need it. And so one of my loves for what the world has agreed to is this 30 by 30 commitment. The commitment of putting 30% of our land and ocean territory into parks or maritime protected areas. Because when we do that, the life bounces back in incredible abundance. And you know what? When it does that, the best thing for climate is, of course, more trees. The best technology we have for sucking down CO2 is trees and algae and plankton in the seas. So, i.e., nature's our best tool. So get out of the way. Let nature take that, and she'll suck down a lot of the CO2 back from that we've polluted the atmosphere. And that's what we've got to focus on. And nature gives me inspiration every day. Just go out and take a hike in nature. Gosh, around here, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very nice.
Alicia, so you asked to come back to government and you did voluntarily. Politicians don't get much of a break right now. And it's amazing. I always have so much respect when I see politicians who are willing to go in there. I know how hard you work, and I know it's a full-time job. You very rarely get thanks. You nearly always get the criticisms. How do you get up and go to battle and sort of, you know, it's a complex country that you're part of, and as much as you might want something in one way, there's compromise and there's dialogue. So what makes you motivate and keep the hope?
Well, actually, I think one of the things that makes you keep the hope is precisely commitments like 30% of my country has to be protected in 2030. So each time we get 1 hectare or 1 meter on protected areas, I feel that we got something done and that we're going to get there. But the other thing I have to say that gives me a lot of strength is to talk to the indigenous peoples. The indigenous peoples in my country have been there for 500 years, resilient, very resilient, but the most important thing, very knowledgeable. And what they know, and I think this gives me a lot of hope, is the connection between water, biodiversity, and climate, and how much we are not, we are part of that. We are not separate from that. And that's when I think we have the wrong vision, because we feel we can dominate nature. No, 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 no. We are part of nature. So when we talk, we have indigenous peoples, and now they have, by constitution, last month, they were given by constitution the whole rights on their communities, on their land, under even their ways of justice. So I'm very happy to see that the indigenous peoples in my country are going to be part of a nation with their own, they are nations within our nation. And I think this plurinational concept is very important. So when I talk to them and they give me so much knowledge and so much strength, that for me is wonderful, I have to say.
Fantastic. Thank you. Rosemary, where does your wellspring of hope come from?
Also wir sind vernetzt mit ganz vielen Organisationen, NGOs, die sich auch kümmern um die Natur, der Erhaltung der Artenvielfalt, die Abstimmungen propagieren, wo wir auch mitmachen. Wir sind über 3100 Mitglieder, immer mehr. Ältere Frauen können bei uns Mitglieder sein, die in der Schweiz wohnen, und die stehen hinter uns, und wir sind 9 im Vorstand aus der ganzen Schweiz, und wir ermutigen uns ständig, und wir werden auch viel eben eingeladen. Das heißt, viele Menschengruppen überall, auch im Ausland, sind interessiert zu hören und lassen sich inspirieren von uns. Das hören wir oft, dass wir Vorbilder sind und Inspiration und Einfluss für andere Gruppen von Menschen oder für andere Länder. Und das bringt viel, denke ich. Und auch die Jugend, die sich beteiligt, die engagiert ist, oder auch die Jungen, die nichts wissen oder ja, die einfach dahin leben und vielleicht auch zu viel konsumieren. Da finde ich das schwierig. Ich will ja nicht missionieren. Auch meine Enkelkinder sind nicht immer optimal im Verhalten. Aber eben, dass wir versuchen, das an alle Menschen, vor allem eben auch an die Jugend zu bringen, was notwendig ist und was wir auch als persönliche Menschen in unserem Verhalten im Alltag dazu beitragen können.
Thank you. I'll just add my perspective to this. You know, it is hard sometimes to wake up, and I've sort of started qualifying my optimism by saying I want to be a conscious optimist. So not just an optimist, but really almost like meditation. When your mind wanders into pessimism, you bring it back. And so there's a consciousness within which you talk about optimism. And whenever I go out in the field, no matter where I am, I see someone in the front row wearing the South Africa colors. And I was recently in South Africa and went and saw some of the projects there. You go into a community where unemployment in the formal sector is 80% or more. And you look at the programs that are being provided where communities are restoring the land, earning a living, having a sense of purpose, and putting things back. Good for biodiversity and good for communities and good for the soil and carbon. It's so empowering. It's so empowering when you meet people, and that program is called sort of Jobs for Nature program there. But I always come back when I go and meet communities, I always come back with the sense of optimism. And my only urging is you still have to live your life. Today you're going to figure out how to get through your day and send your kids to school and do all those things. It's so easy to be overwhelmed by what's out there in the news and to just be forced into paralysis. But when you get into the micro, you find amazing people doing incredible things and finding great hope, courage, and impact in that work. We'll take a couple of questions, but I would ask, please, if you ask a question, obviously your name would be helpful, but make it a question rather than a statement. And I'll do my best to send it to the right person. So we'll take the lady there in the front row, if we'd start with.
Thank you very much. My name is Marvi Memon. I'm the former Social Protection Minister from Pakistan, and I am the current president of the Legislative Alliance for Women Empowerment and Protection. What we do is we turn legislation, women empowerment legislation, into model legislation for the SDGs. And I'm extremely happy to see everyone on this panel, and especially I'd like to compliment you, Excellency, on the work that you, as Mexico, Indonesia, and Brazil are doing for mangroves. I come from a mangrove constituency. I have already sent you the book, which is out on the Amazon, so it should reach you on your desk. So I'm not going to represent it to you today. But what I'm saying is, my question is, what is the hope that you see for mangroves? I see a lot of talk in a lot of conferences. We have model legislation which can fix it. Do you see it happening in our time? Because that is the protection wall which will fix a lot of things.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that question. I am very optimistic on mangroves. First of all, I think it's the first time I see in my country conscious about mangroves, and particularly on fishermen. I just had a meeting with 2,500 fishermen and women, of course, that they told me something that it was very impactful for me, because we gave them training on mangroves. And one guy of 70 years old, he came to me and said, this is the first time in my life as a fisherman that I understand the importance of mangroves for fisheries. So we are going to restore at least 20% of the mangroves of these coastlines in Mexico. I am very optimistic, also because mangroves are sequestering carbon as no other forest. They are the most, I would say, they protect you from climate change, from hurricanes. They help us to sequester carbon. And of course, they are very important for fisheries. So thank you for your question, and I'm very optimistic about mangroves.
So the gentleman back there, mangroves are the hardest working ecosystem on the planet. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcio Viegas. I'm the founder of Sustain. Mangroves can sequester carbon, and even planting trees can help. It's key. So, but the climate crisis is here, and this is not the best week to talk about optimism, but here we are. My question is to Madame Bárcena Ibarra. Claudia Sheinbaum is a climate scientist, but unfortunately she didn't much do when she was vice president. So can you give us some optimistic notes on what she's going to do now, especially with you as the Secretary for the Environment? Thank you.
Shall I go ahead?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, we're going to put together a national restoration program that is going to be funded by the government. It's going to have quite a lot of money from investment. Secondly, we have a national IDRIC agreement in which we are asking, or she is asking, the private sector to give up the water that they are not using to put it forward for people, for the communities. And thirdly, we are going to restore 3 of the most contaminated rivers in the country. Almost 80% of the rivers in Mexico are contaminated. So she has given us the instruction to clean up at least 3 of these very big rivers, the Lerma, Tula, and Atoyac, which is a huge amount of, I mean, we are in a turning point. You are right. I mean, we better invest now. And I think Claudia Sheinbaum is very committed to restore forestries, mangroves, and water. Now, the problem is, exactly, the problem, you said it, that we are still an oil producer country. We are still a fossil fuel, let's say, country that we are not stepping out of that yet. And I think this is a big challenge in front of us. And unfortunately, if I may say the last thing, we are importers of natural gas from the US. And now with Trump saying drill, baby, drill, I mean, honestly, I am very worried about the fossil fuel that is going to get into my country through imports. So I'm very pessimistic on that front.
Ma'am? Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Katia Moskowicz, and I'm a science communicator. Just to pick up on that drill, baby, drill, I'm actually also very concerned about Trump's decision to pull out of Paris Agreement. So my question is for the United Nations mainly, but also for the other people here. What is the world going to do now? Because it may be even more serious than the first time when he tried to pull out of the Paris Agreement. How should we react? How can the US react as well? And what are you in the US going to do now once that happens? How can we all pick up the slack and continue fighting climate change once the US is out? Thank you.
That's you want to go? Yeah.
I mean, we should all obviously react because it's something that's very worrying, seeing how US is one of the major emitters and obviously should be one of the countries that should put a lot more in loss and damage and adaptation. And it's really worrying seeing the trajectory because when he was president, actually, they left the Paris Agreement. So from an individual perspective, I actually saw this coming because he did it again, he will obviously do it again. But what I see more, or what I hope to see more, especially from countries, is to scale up the level of financing for loss and damage, because it's quite worrying that every year in negotiations we talk about increasing the annual loss and damage fund. We can't even reach the target of the 100 billion funding annually. So I really hope to see, especially major emitters, major emitting countries, really taking more responsibilities and efforts, because we can't really allow just one country to dictate how we are supposed to approach the climate crisis. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more countries taking up more actions, especially around the climate financing bit, so we can be able to take more accountability and transparency, especially in our transition towards more renewable energy economies.
Well, you're an American, you want to add to that?
Well, I just wanted to say, we've got to keep up the fight, right? And the one thing that inspires me about is the system of the world wasn't on the right trajectory already. Okay, right. So we have big problems irrespective of the US election. And I think that it just should motivate us. The silver lining in a way is more motivation to band together in coalitions to do the right thing. One of the things I'm hopeful for in the United States is more local action. In California, which you can argue is whether or not it's part of the US. It certainly feels different. And I think California is going to take a lot of strong action, almost in particular because of this. And so, look, we've got to keep up the fight.
There's a question in the front row, and then I'll go. I think that's probably.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Sanjayan, for giving me an opportunity. My English is slightly fractured, but my ideas are very profound. I'm not raising the questions because I belong to India, and India have to give the solutions, and we can take the solution from India. In India, there is a proverb: if we take more and we give less, so the day will come when the things will be finished. This is going to happen in the climate change. I really certainly appreciate the World Economic Forum, the discussion of climatic change which they are making. Really, it's a world conferences and world concern. My answer in this is like that we have how we can make this climate change as a concern of an individual being. Then the solution will come. And certainly all speakers very nicely told, and the solutions everybody knows. We all sitting here, we know the solutions. I only elaborate a story, small story.
Sorry, sir. I'm just being mindful of time, and I wanted to. I promise.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
And really, my question is how to give this great issue to everybody so that this climate change can be stopped.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So any wise words from any of you about how do I make this deeply personal? Because if people don't act, it doesn't matter what we say about the government. I mean, ultimately we vote. But do you mind saying something about this? Like, how do we make this deeply personal?
Ich habe jetzt gerade noch eine Antwort wegen Trump. Meine Befürchtung ist, dass die Klimaskeptiker jetzt wieder Aufwind bekommen und sagen, ja, also seht ihr jetzt, USA steigt ja aus dem Pariser Abkommen, die wollen überhaupt nichts mehr tun. Was soll jetzt die kleine Schweiz da ausrichten? Also jedes Land schaut für sich. Und das ist die große Gefahr, dass wir eigentlich uns bewusst sein müssen, dass jede Tonne CO2, die wir nicht verbrauchen, schon hilfreich ist. Dass wir nicht abstellen können, ja, die machen ja gar nichts, oder?
Well put. I'm sorry, folks, but time is up. Thank you so much for being. Sorry? Can we take one more? Yes. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Good.
So my name is Marlon. I am a student. My question is, do you believe there are action steps or protests which we as the young generation can initiate in which we get taken seriously without having to destroy? Media coverage today is only based on drama. Where damage is left, people get taken seriously. But if we want peaceful change, our actions and arguments are ignored.
I love to hear from the older generation.
Yeah.
I love to hear from their perspective on this because it's very important.
Well, I can say, I want to say something. Leave your comfort zone. Go out. Work together. I think we can, if we join together forces, we can definitely combat this skepticism on climate change. And I have full confidence on young people, and I know that it's difficult. You did it when you were young. I did it when I was young. We went to the streets, we shout, we wrote letters, we did whatever we could to keep our environment. And we were not, actually in my time, we didn't have this big challenge of climate change, but still we were fighting very hard. So we need you guys to speak up, because really we are in serious trouble. I'm an optimistic I'm a pessimistic and optimistic with information. That's the problem, you know. We have information. We know we are not doing things right, and that things are not going to be so easy. Europe, it gives me some, I would say, hope. Just listening to Ursula von der Leyen saying that she is going to keep up climate change policies and that industries are going to be given incentives and so forth, that's fine. But you guys have to help us to do our job.
I mean, what I would sort of, to your question, you know, in agreeing with my colleagues here, I'd say that drama isn't all bad, right? You do want to get people's attention. And I think the youth are very clever, very genius at that sort of getting the attention. I think the thing to temper that with is that power is sticky. You know, change is really hard. Like, think about the French Revolution, right? So you have this revolution, and then a few years later, the same people are back in power again. Think about the Civil War in the United States. You know, like, think about how long it took after the Civil War to actually have the civil rights sort of actually start happening. So even though sometimes young revolutionaries might think that changes happens quickly, it doesn't. And power has this amazing way of holding on. That's why this intergenerational conversation we had is super, super important. I think that, you know, we've seen the power of youth. I mean, I was here when Greta was here a couple of years, you know, met her here, and I saw that initial wave of catching attention. But it doesn't happen just by catching attention. Companies will do what they think you want to hear, and then they'll go back, because the pressures they have are very, very different. So what my suggestion is, do absolutely what you're doing, but then go deeper and create those alliances with where the power actually rests. Because you're going to need the ministers and the leaders on, you know, from the seniors and the companies and the global south. You're going to need all of it to actually have long-term systemic change, which is ultimately what you want to.
If I can,
thank you.
No, just to add that also this is, you know, we can work on the big institutions and we can work on behavior change. You made, I think, an excellent point, Secretary, that we have to change our attitude. And indigenous people don't see it as ourselves as separate from nature. And when you see yourself as part of nature, you make a different calculus about what you do. Another hope in society is that society can change quite dramatically in short periods of time when we decide, behaviorally, when we decide something is important. We still evidently haven't decided climate is really important. But that's a behavioral shift that could happen very quickly, as has happened on gay rights and women's rights and so many things before. So I think we've got to keep shouting about it until we make those changes. And I think that we could see a big change very quickly in behavior, like flying less or eating less meat and other changes that you can do very simply that have a huge impact on our climate.
Back to 30 seconds last.
Few seconds, yes. I just want to allude to what you said. We are doing what we're supposed to do as young people. We're using social media, we're leading changes, we're leading actions, we are holding leaders accountable, but we also have a limit to what we can do. We can do as much as we can to hold leaders accountable, to continue to work with communities, but it is very important that as different stakeholders, as partners as well, we understand the importance of system change. Because no matter what we do, no matter what action we take, and our allies are not willing to take action, and we are not willing to get out of our comfort zone, to take more ethical behaviors, to shift from the current system that we are in, which is not working for us, then there's going to be a problem. So the ultimate solution is systems change, and that way we can be able to transition better, easier, and more efficiently.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Please give a hand to this amazing man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rosemary.
weil das in unserem beiderseitigen Interesse liegt, weil die enge Zusammenarbeit zwischen Europa und den USA unerlässlich ist für Frieden und Sicherheit weltweit. Und weil unsere Partnerschaft auch ein Motor ist für eine erfolgreiche wirtschaftliche Entwicklung. Meine ersten Gespräche mit Präsident Trump und auch die Kontakte zwischen unseren Beratern weisen in diese Richtung. Und zugleich ist doch vollkommen klar, Präsident Trump und seine Regierung werden die Welt in den kommenden Jahren in Atem halten. In der Energie- und Klimapolitik, in der Handelspolitik, in der Außen- und Sicherheitspolitik und auf manch anderen Feldern. Das alles hat Präsident Trump angekündigt, auch gestern noch einmal. Mit all dem können und werden wir umgehen. Ohne unnötige Aufgeregtheit und Entrüstung, aber auch ohne falsches Anbiedern oder nach dem Mund reden. Ja, Präsident Trump sagt America first und meint das auch so. Nun ist nichts Verkehrtes daran, die Interessen des eigenen Landes im Blick zu haben. Das tun wir alle. Nur ist es eben so, dass Zusammenarbeit und Verständigung mit anderen meistens durchaus auch im eigenen Interesse liegen. Für Deutschland habe ich das schon öfter gesagt. Das größte nationale Interesse Deutschlands ist die Europäische Union. Das führt zu dem dritten Gedanken, den ich heute mit Ihnen teilen möchte, und der wird derzeit fast stündlich wichtiger. Wir Europäer müssen aus uns selber heraus stark sein. Wir müssen zusammenhalten untereinander und mit Partnern weltweit. Wir müssen wettbewerbsfähiger und widerstandsfähiger werden. Und dazu haben wir auch das Zeug. Als Gemeinschaft mit mehr als 450 Millionen Europäerinnen und Europäern haben wir ökonomisches Gewicht. Deutschland ist mit nur 84 Millionen Einwohnerinnen und Einwohnern die drittgrößte Volkswirtschaft der Welt. Erstes Beispiel: unsere Verteidigungsfähigkeit. Dafür brauchen wir neben den höheren Verteidigungsausgaben endlich auch mehr Effizienz in Europa. Nicht eigene Goldrandlösungen an jedem einzelnen Land und Dutzende verschiedene Waffengattungen, sondern eine europäische Rüstungsindustrie, die Großprojekte gemeinsam entwickelt, so wie wir das zum Beispiel bei Kampfpanzern und Flugzeugen bereits tun. Mein Ziel ist, dass jeder europäische Beschaffer in bestehende Verträge ohne weiteres einsteigen kann. Und auch die Entwicklung von Waffen müssen Unternehmen ohne Einschränkungen gemeinsam vorantreiben können. Zweites Beispiel: Wirtschafts- und Handelspolitik. Abschottung kostet Wohlstand. Wir werden den freien Handel als Grundlage unseres Wohlstands auch gemeinsam mit anderen Partnern verteidigen. Darüber beraten wir mit EU-Partnern und mit der Europäischen Kommission. Und schon morgen spreche ich mit Emmanuel Macron in Paris darüber. Europa setzt auf freien, fairen Welthandel, und wir sind damit nicht allein. Denn die Verhandlungen zwischen der Europäischen Union und den Staaten des Mercosur über ein Freihandelsabkommen sind nun nach 25 Jahren endlich zum Abschluss gekommen. Und das unterstreicht diese Botschaft. Genauso wie der politische Abschluss des modernisierten Abkommens mit Mexiko vom vergangenen Freitag. Ein Erfolg für Europa und für Mexiko. Denn weniger Zölle, das bedeutet mehr Handel, mehr Wettbewerb und niedrigere Preise. Apropos Wettbewerb. Europa und Deutschland müssen sich ins Zeug legen, um wettbewerbsfähiger zu werden. Und zwar nicht allein als Reaktion auf Entwicklungen in China oder die Präsidentschaftswahl in den USA, sondern weil die Welt und die Globalisierung insgesamt sich tiefgreifend verändert haben. In allen Teilen der Welt, in Asien, Afrika und im Süden Amerikas, sind ernstzunehmende Wettbewerber entstanden. Das heißt nicht, dass wir in einen Unterbietungswettbewerb einsteigen nach dem Motto, wer zahlt die niedrigsten Löhne und wer hat die niedrigsten Umwelt- oder Sozialstandards. Aber wenn wir als Europäerinnen und Europäer unseren Wohlstand unter diesen veränderten Vorzeichen erhalten wollen, dann müssen wir vor allem technologischen Vorsprung halten und in Teilen neu begründen. Quanten, Halbleiter, Pharma, Bio- und Klimatechnologien, das sind Schlüsseltechnologien und Branchen, die ein Industrieland wie Deutschland braucht. die auch ein souveränes Europa braucht. Darauf muss und wird die Europäische Union ihre Politik in den kommenden Jahren noch stärker ausrichten. Vom Wettbewerbs- und Beihilferecht über die Industrie- und Finanzpolitik bis hin zu einem modernen Einwanderungsrecht. All das gehört zusammen, wenn wir heute neues Wachstum in Europa begründen wollen. Und das ist möglich. Da bin ich mir mit Emmanuel Macron und mit vielen anderen einig und auch mit Kommissionspräsidentin von der Leyen. Unsere Unternehmen brauchen bessere Finanzierungsmöglichkeiten und Kapital für Investitionen. Viele Banken und internationale Finanzinvestoren stehen bereit, aber sie scheitern häufig an national organisierten Kapitalmärkten in Europa. Wichtig sind daher jetzt substanzielle Fortschritte bei der Vertiefung der Kapitalmarktunion. Das ist nicht irgendein randständiges Expertenthema, sondern das ist jetzt von entscheidender Bedeutung für die Zukunft unserer Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, ja für die Zukunft Europas. Zum Thema Wettbewerbsfähigkeit gehört auch, dass die EU übermäßige Bürokratie und Regulierung abbaut. Das hat die Europäische Kommission versprochen und das werden wir als zentrale Aufgabe von der neuen Kommission einfordern. Nur ein Beispiel. Die E-Mobilität ist die Zukunft. Daran besteht kein Zweifel. Wer anderes suggeriert, der schadet unserer Industrie. Aber schädlich ist es eben auch, wenn europäische Autobauer Strafen an Brüssel zahlen müssen, anstatt diese Gelder in saubere Mobilität zu investieren. Das hilft niemandem, am wenigsten dem Klima. Was wir brauchen, sind pragmatische Lösungen, keine ideologischen. Und deshalb freue ich mich, dass die Kommissionspräsidentin meinen Vorschlag europaweit harmonisierter Kaufprämien für E-Autos inzwischen aufgenommen hat. Unser Anspruch in Europa muss sein, wir machen uns selbst besser. Dafür ist es ganz entscheidend, dass auch Deutschland als größte Volkswirtschaft der Europäischen Union jetzt weiter massiv in die Zukunft investiert. Dabei denke ich zuallererst an private Unternehmen, kleine wie große. Die will ich unterstützen mit einem unbürokratischen Made-in-Germany-Bonus für Investitionen, schnell, einfach und pragmatisch. Mit 10% soll sich der Staat an jeder Ausrüstungsinvestition in Deutschland beteiligen mit einer Steuergutschrift. Ohne aufwendige Anträge und ohne dass Bürokraten den Daumen über neue Geschäftsideen heben oder senken, von denen sie doch viel weniger verstehen als die Unternehmen selbst, die ja auch das ganze Risiko tragen. Investitionen in neue Technologien, Geräte und Maschinen sind das eine. Das andere sind Investitionen in unsere Substanz, in Straßen, Schienen und Brücken, Strom- und Wärmenetze, neue Häuser und Wohnungen. Für Investitionen in Strom- und Wärmenetze, neue Häuser und Wohnungen habe ich unter anderem einen Deutschlandfonds vorgeschlagen, für den neben öffentlichem auch privates Kapital mobilisiert werden soll. Wenn es ein Industrieland auf der Welt gibt, das kraftvoll in die Zukunft investieren kann, dann ist das Deutschland. Die Staatsverschuldung aller anderen G7-Staaten liegt über 100% des Bruttoinlandsprodukts, teilweise sehr deutlich. Deutschlands sinkt Richtung 60%. Deshalb bin ich für eine kluge und zielgerichtete Veränderung der Schuldenregel in der deutschen Verfassung. Und das ist ja nicht nur meine Idee, das fordern viele Expertinnen und Experten schon seit Jahren, auch viele hier im Raum. Der IWF und der schon zitierte Nobelpreisträger, Unternehmensverbände, Gewerkschaften, alle raten uns Deutschen dringend zu mehr Investitionen in Verteidigung, in Infrastruktur des Verkehrs und in Bildung, in sichere und bezahlbare, saubere Energie. Solche Investitionen schaffen Wachstum nicht nur für ein paar Monate, sondern auf Jahre hinaus. Sie sichern Wohlstand für die kommenden Jahrzehnte. Meine Damen und Herren, ich weiß, auch viele von Ihnen haben das Gefühl, dass wir uns stärker als früher einstehen müssen für unsere Überzeugungen, für unsere Werte und für unseren Wohlstand. Dazu möchte ich Sie und uns alle heute ermutigen. Standfest in unseren Prinzipien, gelassen in den allzu aufgeregten Debatten, pragmatisch im Handeln, eng verbunden mit alten und neuen Partnern. So kommen wir durch diese schwierige Zeit. Schönen Dank.
Herr Bundeskanzler, I think where the best is to follow up your presentation immediately with a discussion with the audience. So we have people who will rotate with the microphone. So please raise your hands if you have any question or any comment to be made. And don't be shy. No, I don't see. People are too shy here. I'm not used from the Davos audience. Here, please.
Thank you very much. I'm the African Union Commissioner for Infrastructure and Vision. Maybe I would like to hear from you about your Africa plan, please. Thank you.
We collect 1 or 2 or 3 questions. Any comments? Yeah.
I'm Peter Wolodarski from Sweden, Dagens Nyheter. Last night we saw Elon Musk raising his hand at the festivities when the new president was inaugurated. What is your comment to that, Mr. Chancellor?
One more.
Hello, I'm Adán Escobar from El Salvador. I wanted to ask, what is the approach of the EU and Germany for collaboration with Latin America, specifically with El Salvador? Thank you.
Und Sie antworten mir das? Ja.
So thank you for your questions. I try to answer to them. So first, about investment. I think it is necessary that we do a lot for raising the figures for investing more into infrastructure all over Europe, but also in Germany especially. And for making this feasible, I think we must develop our capacity for doing so. And this is why I discussed about different figures which we could use for enlarging investment in this kind. One is what I proposed as this special fund of Germany, Deutschlandfonds, which would give us the chance to combine private and public investment also within the framework of the constitutional restraints in Germany, looking at investment from public money. And I think this will be very, very effective and gives us the chance to boost investment where it's needed. And the same is with the reform about the dealing with public debt in Germany, which I think is a good, moderate progress which we need in Germany, since it makes sense that we continue to have rules which are strict, but they must be more pragmatic so that we can do the necessary investments. I think for the European Union as a whole, it is necessary that we put together our strengths for boosting investment within the fiscal possibilities we already have. And I think there is a chance if we prioritize investment in this case. So on the question of the dealing of Elon Musk, I had a lot of things to comment in the past because he was discussing a lot about Europe. And just to repeat what I already said, we have the freedom of speech in Europe, and in Germany everyone can say what he wants, even if he is a billionaire. And what we do not accept is if this is supporting extreme right positions. And that is what I would like to repeat again. And on the question of cooperation, I think Europe needs cooperation with every part of the world. We are willing to do this. And you know that there are a lot of strategies for increasing our cooperation. And there is a willingness, and this is why we so much support the idea of free trade and also of developing free trade agreements. I'm happy that we are now successful with Mexico and Mercosur, but I think it should be not the last ones we do. There are many regions which are working very hard to get this done, with India, with Indonesia, with Malaysia, with many, many other countries and regions. And I think this should be now be more successful as it was in the past. It will create wealth if we have more free trade agreements between the European Union and other countries and regions.
Mr. Chancellor, if I may ask you a question, could you elaborate on your views related to strengthening European security? We are living in a very dangerous world. You mentioned NATO, but if you could enlighten us what you see as specific European efforts in this respect.
First, NATO will be key for security also in the future, and the transatlantic partnership is key for security in Europe. And I will do everything, and we all in Europe together will do everything to maintain the good cooperation we have with our partners transatlantic. And there are a lot of opportunities which we will have for a better security in the future. One aspect that changed in the past is that we all spent more for defense. I think nearly every country in Europe is now spending more than 2% of the GDP for defense, due to the fact that there is a threat to our security coming from Russia, which we really understand exactly after the aggression against Ukraine. And my view is that we should keep this, that those who have not reached the goal will do it very fast, and we should not forget that it was a big progress that Finland and Sweden joined NATO. When it comes to cooperation within Europe, I think there is a lot we can do, especially when it comes to defense industry. There is a possibility for the European Union to support industrial processes of investment into defense industry. But the more important aspect would be to support cooperation. I already spoke about the procurement. In my view, it is really not very useful that every of the 27 member states has to start again when it goes to buying tanks. If, for instance, one country already made a deal with a company, why not joining it? This would increase sales and make production cheaper, and this would really be to the benefit of everyone, as we know that there are 10 times more different sorts of weapons in Europe as in the United States, and this has an impact on scales for the production. So cooperating and easing cooperation with this way of procurement, I think, would make a big difference. We launched, for instance, the European Sky Shield Initiative, which also aims for having larger scales in what is necessary for being successful with the new weapons we use there and the missiles that are involved. The same is with cooperation of companies. I mentioned this question too, and there should be not a competition regulation that hinders companies in the defense sector to develop together something they want to sell together.
Mr. Chancellor, the theme of this meeting is the intelligent age. Now, the infrastructure for the intelligent age is a digital network a country has. And so sometimes the criticism that Germany is lagging behind in terms of its digital infrastructure. What do you intend to do to make sure that Germany and Europe become leading examples related to the infrastructure necessary for the intelligent age?
It is necessary to increase investment, and since this is mostly private investment, we have to increase private investment into the infrastructure. There are different sectors we have to look at. One aspect is what is related to mobile communication. My view is that we should develop a single market in this field, that it works more effective as it is today, so that the large telecommunication companies are more competitive also when it comes to global scale, global view on this question. And this would boost also their investment capacity. My view is that we should be front runners when it comes to 5G and further development in telecommunication. And with the legislation we now imposed in Germany and the new decisions of our authorities, it will take place that we will have a strong infrastructure which reaches nearly every part of the country and which also gives us a very good grid, a good mobile communication situation everywhere, also for industrial uses and industrial needs. The second is with fiber. I think this is increasing now. We supported the private sector in developing the grid, which is related, and this is also where we have to improve. When it comes to the use of digital opportunities by authorities, I think we improved, but we have to continue. And this is especially when it comes to artificial intelligence. My perspective is that Germany should be one of the front runners in using artificial intelligence also when it comes to public services. There is a big market for others to offer us, but also we are very successful in creating opportunities for developing the technology. Let me just mention the question of health. We changed legislation on the use of digital data, which I think is now giving access to the biggest data resource for research for companies that are doing research in the pharmaceutical or medical sector. And I really see that there are now a lot of greenfield investments coming to Germany because of the new opportunities which are related to the newest possibility to use data and digital infrastructure in Germany.
Mr. Chancellor, we're coming towards the end, and maybe one last question. The motto which I presented this morning in my opening remarks for this meeting should be constructive optimism, or you would call it also pragmatic optimism. Now, could you summarize for us what makes you really optimistic for the future?
Democracy, the people, and the opportunities we have when we are very much sticking to using the opportunities of the future. If it is artificial intelligence, if it is quantum computing, the newest technologies we have in biology and other fields, or for medicine, there are a lot of opportunities. We should use them.
Let's face on the opportunities and not on the risks, which we also have to deal with, but I think the opportunities are our future. Thank you very much, Chancellor Scholz, and looking forward to seeing you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine, please join me in welcoming back to Davos the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelenskyy. I think you can hear from the warm applause that people are very much looking forward to hearing you speak, Mr. President, but also to greet you in the warmest way, welcoming you back to our annual meeting. We are really now approaching 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest European conflict since the Second World War. Nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory remains under occupation. The scale of human suffering since the 24th of February 2022 has been tragic. Almost 40% of your population requires humanitarian assistance. Millions face food insecurity. Deliberate attacks against your country's energy infrastructure expose Ukrainians to freezing temperatures. Attacks against civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, have caused huge physical and mental harm on those that are most vulnerable. In the face of this tragedy, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President, you and your country remain steadfast. Your country remains firmly on the European path, having been granted EU candidate status. Mr. President, we truly hope that we will see the war come to an end in 2025 through a just and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty, a peace that ensures future generations will never have to know the horrors of war. The world is eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in the coming year. Welcome back to Davos, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the future of Europe with you, which basically means the future of most people here. Right now, all eyes are on Washington. But who's actually watching Europe at the moment? That's the key question for Europe, and it's not just about ideas, it's about people, first of all, about how they will live in a world that's constantly changing. 20 hours ago, President Trump's inauguration took place in Washington, and now everyone is waiting to see what he will do next. His first executive orders have already shown clear priorities. Most of the world's now thinking, so what's going to happen to their relationship with America? What will happen to alliances, to support, to trade? How does President Trump plan to end wars? But no one is asking these kinds of questions about Europe, and we need to be honest about that. When we in Europe look at the United States as our ally, it's clear they are an indispensable ally. In times of war, everyone worries, will the United States stay with them? And every ally worries about that. But does anyone in the United States worry that Europe might abandon them someday, might stop being their ally? The answer is no. Washington does not believe Europe can bring them something that is really substantial. And I remember last year's Asia Security Summit in Singapore. The Shangri-La dialogue, and their representatives of the United States delegation openly said their top security priority is the Indo-Pacific region, the second is the Middle East and the Gulf, and only the third is Europe. And that was under the previous administration. And will President Trump even notice Europe? Does he see NATO as necessary, and will he respect EU institutions? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward without Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances, and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia. And the European leaders should remember these battles involving North Korean soldiers are now happening in places geographically closer to Davos than to Pyongyang. Russia is turning into a version of North Korea, a country where human life means nothing, but they have nuclear weapons and a burning desire to make their neighbors' lives miserable. Even though Russia's overall economic potential is way smaller than Europe's, it produces several times more armor and military equipment than all of Europe combined. And that's exactly the path of wars Moscow chooses to take. Putin signed the new strategic deal with Iran. He already had a comprehensive treaty with North Korea. Whom do they make such deals against? Against you, against us, against Europe, against America. We must not forget about it. It's not by chance. These are their strategic priorities, and our priorities must match the challenge in politics and in defense and in economy. Such threats can only be counted and only counted together. Even when it comes to army size, Russia can field about 1.3, maybe 1.5 million troops. We've got more than 800,000 in our military. Second after us comes France with over 200,000, then Germany, Italy, and UK. Everyone else has less. This isn't a situation where one country can secure itself alone. It's about all of us standing together to mean something. For now, thankfully, the influence of Iran's regime is weakening. This gives hope for Syria and Lebanon, and they should too become examples of how life can recover after war. And Ukraine is already stepping in to support the new Syria. Our ministers have been to Damascus, and we've launched a food aid program for Syria called Food from Ukraine. And we are getting our partners involved to invest in these deliveries and in building food production facilities. And Europe could totally step in as a security donor for Syria. Time to stop getting headaches from that direction. And Europe, together with America, should put pay to the Iranian threat. Next, right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against our country ends. And we see how much influence China has on Russia. And we are deeply grateful to Europe for all the support it's given our country during this war. But will President Trump listen to Europe? Or will he negotiate with Russia and China without Europe? Europe needs to learn how to fully take care of itself so that the world can't afford to ignore it. It's vital to maintain unity in Europe because the world doesn't care about just Budapest or Brussels. It cares about Europe as a whole. And we need a united European security and defense policy, and all European countries must be willing to spend as much on security as it truly needed, not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. If it takes 5% of GDP to cover defense, then so be it. 5% it is. And there is no need to play with people's emotions that defense should be compensated at the expense of medicine or pensions or something else. That's really not fair. We have already set up models of cooperation for Ukraine's defense that can make all of Europe stronger. We are building drones together, including some totally unique ones that no one else in the world has. And we are producing artillery together and in Ukraine, and it's much cheaper and faster than in any other country in the world. And investing now in Ukrainian drones production is investing not only in security of Europe, but the ability of Europe to be a security guarantor for other vital regions. And we need to start building air defense systems together, ones that can actually handle all types of cruise and ballistic missiles. Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security, and whether it's Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, Rome, or after Putin kicks the bucket, some imaginary Democrat in Moscow someday. And we need to make sure no European country is dependent on a single energy supply, especially not Russia. Right now, things are on our side. President Trump is going to export more energy. But Europe needs to step up and do more long-term work to secure real energy independence. You can't keep buying gas from Moscow while also expecting security guarantees, help and backup from the Americans. That's just wrong. For example, the Prime Minister of Slovakia is not seeking access to the US gas, but does not lose hope to enjoy US security umbrella. And Europe must have a seat at the table when deals about war and peace are made. And I'm not just talking about Ukraine here. This should be the standard. Europe deserves to be more than just a bystander. With its leaders reduced to posting on X after an agreement has already been made. Europe needs to shape the terms of those deals. Next, we need a completely new, bolder approach to tech companies and technological development. If we waste time, Europe will lose this century. And now Europe is falling behind in the development of artificial intelligence. Already, TikTok's algorithms are more powerful than some governments. Already, the fate of small countries depends more on their owns of tech companies than on their laws. Already, Europe is not leading in the global tech race, falling behind both America and China. This isn't some minor issue. It's about weakness, first technological and economic, then political. And Europe is often more focused on regulation than on freedom, but when smart regulation is needed, Brussels hesitates. We should ensure maximum tech development in Europe and together make all significant decisions for the whole Europe. From weapons production to tech development, Europe must lead. And Europe must become the most attractive market in the world. And that's achievable. And finally, Europe must be able to guarantee peace and security for everybody, for itself, and for others, for those in the world who matter to Europe. Europe deserves to be strong, and for this, Europe needs the EU and NATO. Is this possible without Ukraine and without a just end to Russia's war against Ukraine? I'm certain the answer is no. Only real security guarantees for us will serve as real security guarantees for everyone in Europe. And we must ensure that America also sees us as essential. For that to happen, America's focus must shift to Europe so that one day in Washington they will say, all eyes on Europe, and not because of war, but because of the opportunities in Europe. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. Hundreds of millions of people with Europe to see its landmarks, to learn from its cultural heritage. Millions in the world dream of living like the Europeans do, and will we be able to keep it and pass it to our children? If we in Europe can answer positively, America will need Europe as well as other global players. Europe must shape history for itself and its allies to remain not just relevant, but alive and great. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Will you speak in English or in Ukrainian?
Oh, if I can Ukrainian, if I can use Ukrainian, it's good.
Your English is also becoming so good, huh?
My Ukrainian is better.
My Norwegian too.
If you want to hear how it sounds.
We're all in your hands.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So I'm asking the question. So there is a headset. So give people time to take it on because they shouldn't miss any of the nuances in your answers.
Thank you so much. How many questions you have?
Depends on how long your answers are. We have a backup.
You have only one question?
Oh no, I have a few.
Okay.
You know, the war has almost gone on for 3 years now, and you know, it's incredible how you are holding up. But of course, the pressure has also increased, as you said, from Russia and their allies. I think we're all also wondering how your latest military strategy is, and also how the current state of hostilities are. You last summer decided to do the incursion of Kursk, the first time since the Second World War another country have taken a piece of Russia, but at the same time we know that Russia is pushing very hard in Donbass. So what is the current state of hostilities, and what is this part of the strategy that you can share with us here today?
That's really not a simple question.
No.
If I'll answer with all the details, maybe it will be only one question. Really. But okay. Дякую вам за це запитання. Передусім я хочу сказати, що ми досі знаходимося в Курському регіоні. І наші військові там. сил Російської Федерації не вистачило нас витиснути. Сьогодні там більше 60 тисяч російських військових саме на цьому напрямку. Окрім цього, було 12 тисяч північних корейців, 4 тисячі з яких загинуло. І це була стратегія Путіна втягнути ще одну країну. Скажу відверто, я дивився, що він підписав з Іраном. І там поки що ми не знайшли пункту щодо того, що він може затягнути і іранських військових в цю війну. Хоча я вважаю, в принципі, глобально Іран вже втягнутий в цю війну після того, як вони почали наносити нам удари по нашій цивільній інфраструктурі, вбивати людей, по лікарням, по школах, попадали всюди своїми далекобійними дронами. І дали ліцензії на виробництво цих дронів на території Росії. Тобто наші військові, я їм дуже сильно вдячний за те, що вони на Курському напрямку відтягнули на себе удар. І це був удар зі Сходу. Росія хотіла захопити, окупувати місто Харків. Цей регіон, до речі, сьогодні знаходиться під нашим контролем. Люди там живуть. Там це було дуже небезпечно. Окупація Харкова, тому що там зараз біля 1,5 мільйона людей. Дуже багато людей. Дуже багато. І вони обстрілюють їх. На жаль, ну там такі люди. Просто викликає велику гордість, що вони там і працюють. Уявіть собі, під обстрілом. Вони працюють, не лишають свого міста. Дуже патріотичні, дуже міцні люди, я їм дуже вдячний. Так ось, Харківська операція провалилась у Путіна, і ми змогли їх зупинити. Потім він хотів окупувати знов північ, він і починав наступ на Київ з півночі. Майже, як ви сказали, 3 роки вже тому. І тут він вирішив почати з півночі знову і захопити велике місто Суми. І тоді нам прийшлось зробити превентивний удар в Курському напрямку, чим ми зробили буферну зону між військами Росії і нашим містом Суми. І тому сьогодні Суми під нашим контролем. На півночі російських військ і північно-корейських військ немає. Вони всі притягнуті до цього магниту, до наших військ на Курському напрямку. На Сході у нас складна ситуація, і там найбільші війська, може найбільш підготовлені, але найбільша кількість російських військ знаходяться на Сході. А вони тиснуть щоденно. Ви знаєте, що у нас була велика проблема з затримкою. Спочатку це було голосування Конгресу, потім були довгі постачання, і навіть зараз ті постачання минулого року, вони ще в дорозі, скажу вам відверто. Там наші хлопці борються, там все дуже-дуже непросто. На інших напрямках русські провалились. Яка стратегія?
Yes, from here.
Стратегія, ми повинні підійти до будь-якої дипломатії, яка призведе, я в чому впевнений, до закінчення війни. Питання, яка вона буде? Якщо дипломатія буде сильна, і після цієї дипломатії, і після тих чи інших форматів перемовин України будуть міцні гарантії безпеки, що унеможливлять повернення Путіна з війною, то це буде сталий, справедливий, сильний мир для України, для Європи, як я це говорив, і, якщо чесно, для Америки також, для всього світу. Але якщо будуть слабкі гарантії безпеки, буде невпевненість, будуть тільки слова, то, відповідно, і від Росії ви отримаєте тільки слова. І вони знов повернуться з війною.
Mr. President, in your speech, you were underlining that Ukraine is also playing a role as a kind of a bulwark against Russia for the rest of Europe, and especially in some former East European countries, there is, of course, a lot of concerns for the future, taken into account what has unfolded in Ukraine. And you argued that for Europe, this should be the first priority. Then you said, for America, of course, they have a transatlantic ocean between themselves and Russia. But at the same time, we know, and you know, that American support is also needed, since they have half of the military capabilities of the world, so still a superpower. And I think we're all reflecting now on what will happen in Washington, D.C. In the coming weeks. You met Trump many times. It seems that you've established also a relatively good personal chemistry. But what do you think will happen in the coming year? Is there, because every war has to end, so now we're talking about the premises for deal. It has to be also future security for Ukraine and no new wars. So, a question, you think you are in a manageable situation now in the coming months, also with the new Trump administration?
Дякую за запитання. Передусім, я би дуже хотів, щоб всі зрозуміли, де ми і де Росія були у 22-му році, де ми, де Росія, де Америка, Європа сьогодні. Мені здається, що ці технічні дані, вони важливі, щоб зрозуміти, яка допомога, як і на що вона впливає. І які ризики у всіх інших. Якщо ми згадаємо повномасштабне вторгнення Російської Федерації у 22-му році, то ми точно можемо знати, що угруповування Росії тоді було десь біля 200 тисяч. Вони пішли таким угрупованням, пішли з півночі з ракетами, нас там пішли по південь, схід. Але було так 200 з чимось тисяч, ну, плюс ще та кількість сепаратистів, які контролювали і, на жаль, ще контролюють тимчасово окупований Схід, я маю на увазі Донецьку, Луганську область, ту частку, яку вони контролюють. Нам було дуже складно без допомоги всіх. І я дуже вдячний за те, що потім підключилася Америка і Європа. Але ви повинні знати, що на сьогодні 600 тисяч, а якщо бути точним, 608 тисяч знаходиться на території України, російських військ. Тобто це в 3 рази угруповання більше, ніж те, що на початку 22-го пішло на нас. І тому, коли кажуть, що є достатньо допомоги, порівняйте, що було тоді і що відбувається зараз. Тоді допомога Америки була 90%. Сьогодні те, що є у наших військових на полі бою, це 40% українське виробництво, 40% Сполучені Штати, 30% трішки менше 40, так, трішки менше 40. Тобто десь третина, трішки більше третини Сполучені Штати і трішки менше, ніж Сполучені Штати, Європа. І 40% десь, біля 40% України. Тобто ось що ми сьогодні маємо. І це велика різниця. І тому, коли кажуть, як ми тримаємось за рахунок серйозного зростання вітчизняного виробництва і зростання виробництва в Європі, і також зростання виробництва в Сполучених Штатах Америки. Але цього недостатньо, тому що ми зростали в рази. Європа так не зростала. Про це і в моїй промові було. І це дуже важливий момент. Зрозуміти, де ми, як нам триматися без допомоги і що буде робити Путін. Тепер подивіться, що може робити він А якщо не будуть чітких гарантій безпеки сильних, він зріс в рази також виробництв. У нього, я наводив такий приклад, у нього десь більше 30 на сьогодні в мілітарі-секторі 30 заводів. В Європі 45. А виробляє він в 2 рази, майже в 2 рази більше, ніж Європа. Тобто, ви розумієте, він вкладає все він вкладає в це, а Європа не довкладає. І це також факт. Хоча, як то кажуть, можливості технічні у Європи більше. Це без рахування Сполучених Штатів Америки. І коли не буде у вас сильних гарантій безпеки, об'єми будуть знижуватись, нам прийдеться розраховувати тільки на себе і на Європу, і цього замало. Цього замало. Потрібно, щоб Європа і Сполучені Штати були в союзі. Якщо Путін, наростив до більше ніж 600 тисяч своє угруповання, як ви вважаєте, якщо не будуть сильних гарантій безпеки, не НАТО і ще щось, військовий контингент, зброя, далекобійна зброя, розташована на території України, як ви вважаєте, якщо Путін повернеться, він точно повернеться з армією в 10 разів більше, ніж угруповання на початку 22-го року, бо воно вже в 4 рази, майже в 4,5 рази більше. І коли він повернеться з цим угрупованням, для чого він повернеться? Для повної окупації всіх країн, які були колись республіками в Радянському Союзі, це номер 1. І потім буде робити так, як він робив з нашим Кримом. Він буде заходити в інші країни ЄС і НАТО для того, щоб там стояти хоча б трішечки, щоб робити ті чи інші вимагання, ті чи інші ультиматуми тим чи іншим країнам. Хтось повинен буде вийти з НАТО, наші Baltic Friends, Фінляндія, Швеція. Він буде нас всіх повертати до свого світу, який у нього вже живе в його голові. Ось що буде відбуватись, якщо не буде сильних гарантій безпеки. Одне з важливих запитань, яке буде ставити Путін, і ми всі це побачимо – зменшення української армії в рази. Ви всі це будете бачити, бо це абсолютно зрозуміло. Якщо ми змогли зробити армію 800 тисяч плюс, це зрозуміло, що ми плюс Європа – це армія, яка спроможна не тільки стояти і боронитися свої кордони. Це армія, яка спроможна дати відсіч Путіну, і він це розуміє. Найшвидший шлях – тиснути на Сполучені Штати, щоб Україна не була в НАТО, і тиснути на всіх союзників, щоб вони нас тиснули, щоб ми зменшили армію в 5 разів. Ось це і буде. Це те, що він хоче. Не буде, я маю на увазі. Ми не дамо цього зробити. Але він буде намагатися це зробити. І найголовніше, мені здається, стратегія з президентом Трампом. У нас дійсно хороші відносини. Але тут ми маємо сьогодні такий прагматичний час. І для нас дуже важливо, щоб зайві голоси, які іноді навколо президента Трампа доносять дезінформаційну позицію або позицію проросійську, для нас дуже важливо, щоб Європа була гучна, щоб її чули, щоб голосів навколо президента Трампа було більше, для того, щоб він чітко розумів деталі і ризики. Ризики, які можуть бути в майбутньому, причому дуже швидко. Чому? Трамп, він мені сказав, і він потім і публічно про це говорив, він буде робити все, аби закінчити війну в цьому році. Я йому сказав, що ми ваш партнер. Це війна у нас. Ми знаємо всі болючі місця, ми розуміємо, як це для нас боляче. Ми витрачали наших людей, це найбільша втрата для нас. Ми хочемо закінчити війну в цьому році. Але не просто слово швидко, а справедливо передусім. Надійно для нас, для українців, щоб вони повернулись додому, жили в безпеці і працювали. І мені здається, що це найголовніше. Принаймні ми будемо робити все для цього.
Mr. President, I just don't think there is a lot more to add. I felt
So it was not interesting, you see?
I was coming to that in the next sentence. I felt that the last piece was historic. I think you sent a historic reminder to all of us what is at stake. And I was thinking about what Winston Churchill once said, that the farther backward you can look, the farther forward we're likely to see. And I think if you have seen something in the past, you have a special responsibility for not repeating it in the future. And I think you feel here that there is a lot of support for you and your country in Davos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.